This is one of those cases that haunt you. It's about two missing women that disappeared at the same time.
In 1982, my sister Amy Hurst and her husband Bill moved to Florida.
When I was 9 years old, my mother left, and I always wondered why.
All of a sudden, she stopped calling, and when she didn't call my mother on her birthday, we knew something was wrong.
The other young woman that went missing was Wendy Huggy. She was 17 years old.
Wendy's mother, Susan, was a Playboy bunny. My name is Angeline Chester, and I worked with her. She flew on Hugh Hefner's plane. She was a jet setter. So Wendy might have felt rejected by her mother, and they fought a lot.
She said she wanted to go to Florida and stay with Grandma and Grandpa, and she knew that they could help her out. She went to a party and disappeared from there.
Two women missing for 30 years. Where do you start? Now, at that time, we had a serial killer in the area. His thing was to kidnap women, take them out on a boat, put them in the water alive, tied to a cement block, and let them drown and die.
September 5th, 1982. What happened out here?
A fisherman found a body floating in the Gulf of Mexico. This body was weighted down with one concrete block.
Oh boy. You can see how far offshore she had drifted.
It had no face. It was badly decomposed, and there was no way to identify it.
Was this Amy? Was this Wendy?
The body itself was wrapped in a homemade-looking Afghan.
Then there was the Afghan. It had very distinctive markings. This led us to another suspect, one that's still out there. I think we're about to find him. The cases are connected. We couldn't have solved one without the other, and we're not done yet. Someone thinks they got away with murder. No way.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS.
You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what.
Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Hey, hungry? Shout you a crock burger?
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil. Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
My concerns are danger.
More than 30 years after Amy Hurst and Wendy Huggy disappeared, Detective Lisa Shoneman is about to make an arrest.
We had received information that he did carry a gun.
She's tracked her suspect from Florida to Michigan, finally hitting pay dirt here in the backwoods town of Dawson Springs, Kentucky. And her fugitive knows she's here.
And he told his friend that if I had pushed him any further, that he was going to take the gun out and shoot.
This doesn't seem to faze you.
Well, of course, I'm going to be cautious. I don't want to take any unnecessary risks.
But this case means a lot to Shoneman. Why is your heart in cold cases?
Because they're the hardest. You know, they're the toughest. When I do bring closure to a family, there's nothing better than that.
Unless perhaps it's two cold cases, intertwined. That's what she's juggling now. Two victims, two distraught families, two eerily similar situations, forever linked. Both began some 30 years ago in Pasco County, Florida, Shoneman's home turf. The first to go missing was a 16-year-old girl named Wendy Huggy, who vanished in April of 1982.
Wendy Huggy was a beautiful 5'8", 5'9" blonde girl who came to Florida to visit her grandparents and to live here. And she'd only been here for a short time. Her grandparents were going to pick her up at Countryside Mall. They got a phone call from her and she said, "You don't need to pick me up. Dawn's going to bring me home." Dawn, whoever that is, unfortunately, we don't know. She never arrived home.
And that's the last anybody has seen or heard of Wendy Huggy.
Anybody has ever seen or heard.
Oh, was my darling girl.
Patty Sprague is Wendy's aunt.
She was just a girl. She was just a regular little girl.
Patty says Wendy moved to Florida from Chicago in part to get away from her mother, Susan, Patty's sister.
I know she didn't always get along with her mother. I know they fought. Who doesn't?
Susan, who died a few years ago, was a single mom and a Playboy bunny, which apparently aggravated the usual problems between teenager and mother.
Well, it definitely did not involve what people usually think it involves.
Angela Chester, who worked with Susan in the Chicago Playboy Club, says Wendy had no reason to object. The job was basically that of a waitress, but in a costume. Certainly not the same thing as a Playboy playmate.
The difference is that a bunny is an employee, we have a uniform, a playmate is nude. And they're in the centerfold. Doesn't make them bad, it just means that that's the difference.
In any case, Susan soon was promoted to flight attendant on Playboy founder Hugh Hefner's private plane. That meant lots of travel and even more problems with Wendy.
The fact that she was gone, maybe she thought that she didn't care about her.
But Angie says Susan was, in fact, a devoted mother.
She was always concerned about her.
In Chicago, Wendy often stayed with Susan's parents. And when they moved to Florida, the 16-year-old who had dropped out of high school was quick to follow.
She just wanted, I guess, come down here and start over. She was going to go back to school, and she was very excited about going to work.
Her new job in a fast food restaurant was to have started on April 8, 1982. She disappeared the day before.
2 days later, the grandparents got very concerned, and they came here to the sheriff's office and reported her missing.
The Pasco County Police investigation turned up neither the friends from the mall nor the mysterious Don. But it did stumble across one fact that stopped the investigation cold. Wendy Huggy was married.
Under the criteria, that made her an adult. If you're an adult and you want to go missing and there's nothing to lead us to believe that you're a harm to yourself or somebody harmed you, you can go missing.
This is a teenager. Who cares if she's married? She's still missing.
I agree with you, but for whatever reasons, he took her out of the system.
With the case in effect closed, neither the husband nor anyone else was actively investigated. That infuriates Wendy Huggy's uncle, Robert Richards, but as a former cop, he understands why.
I don't think they had a whole lot to go on. Florida has a pretty high transient population. People come and go, and the people that make people disappear can come and go.
What seemed to be the handiwork of one of those people surfaced not long after Wendy went missing. Here off the Florida coast in the Gulf of Mexico, about 5 months after Wendy Huggy disappeared, a fisherman spotted something odd in the water. He soon realized to his horror that he was looking at a dead body. He left it right where it was and immediately called the Coast Guard.
When I first saw the body, all you could see were blue jeans and bare feet.
Greg Stout was on the Coast Guard boat sent to the scene.
The body itself was wrapped in a homemade-looking Afghan in a real bright green bedspread.
Was this the body of Wendy Huggy, the teenager so excited about her future and her new life? Whoever it was, her killer probably had been confident she would never be seen again.
Then there was rope around the waist of the body, and then you could look down in this clear water and you could actually see a concrete block floating below.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery.
When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere.
Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It was almost like being face-to-face with the devil.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Elspeth.
I thought I saw you, and then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police. I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence.
Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there. And I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
The body found in the Gulf of Mexico in September of 1982 was 27 miles offshore, carried out by the tide.
It's kind of floating like a cork.
The Coast Guard couldn't pinpoint where the body went in, but theorized it might have been near what's now the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It had been in the water about a week, rising to the surface as it decomposed, despite the concrete block tied around the waist.
The medical examiner was pretty sure that there was blunt trauma to the back of the head. They also thought that she was actually alive when she was tossed in the water.
Was there any way, if anybody had known who the relatives were, could they have identified this person?
No, not at all. If you put a body in water over a period of time, it's really the worst condition that you can find a body.
Still, the victim's family might have recognized personal effects, as well as that green bedspread and that distinctive Afghan.
Which was she wrapped in first, the bedspread or the
bedspread first, and then the Afghan was on the outside.
Wendy Huggy had gone missing about 5 months before this body was found. Is there any indication at all that an attempt was made to determine if this might be Wendy Huggy?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was, remember, no ongoing investigation. So Wendy's family never saw the bedspread, Afghan, or the jewelry. Never even knew a body had been found. An oversight that decades later would help solve a crime. The unidentified body ended up here in this Tampa cemetery in the Potter's Field section in an unmarked grave known only as Jane Doe 82120. It would be years before Jane Doe's true identity was known, and then only because of the heartache of another family, a family some 1,200 miles away. Just outside Flint, Michigan in 1982, the family of a woman named Amy Hurst was coping with her sudden disappearance. Amy Hurst also went missing in Florida about the same time and in the same county as Wendy Huggy. The two women's descriptions were similar, but Hurst was older, 29, and a mother of 2.
Oh gosh, Amy was full of energy. She was a wonderful mother.
Laura Champagne was Amy's niece.
She just loved her kids to pieces and was very devoted to them.
Which made it all the more shocking that spring when Amy announced she and her new husband Bill were moving out of state, leaving her kids with her ex-husband.
They just came up to the house and said that she was going to Florida and she was going to, we would be able to go down there and see her. She'd be back to visit us.
Amy's son Jeff was 8, her daughter Lisa then 10.
And I can remember her talking about us coming down for Christmas and for Easter and stuff like that.
She just said bye and she left.
I didn't care much for Bill.
Amy's sister Sharon blamed the move on Amy's second husband Bill.
He drank a lot.
And Bill was abusive.
When were you first aware that there was actual domestic violence involved here?
I saw the bruises, and there was one incident that I witnessed where he hit her in front of me. I never understood with Amy why she stayed in that kind of a relationship. She didn't need to.
Amy and Bill settled in Newport Richey in Pasco County, Florida. Bill got a job as a truck driver. Amy worked in a grocery store. At first, she kept in close touch with her family.
I had a whole shoebox, as a matter of fact, full of letters.
And Amy always called her mother on her birthday, until that year.
When my grandma's birthday came and went, and Amy didn't call, my grandma got on the phone to all of us, and something's wrong.
And that's when I called the Pasco County Sheriff's Department.
They called me back the next day and said they went out to check, and Bill was there. And they asked him about Amy, and he said that they got in a fight 3 days earlier, and she left.
They contact her work. They find out that she's not been to work. Nobody's heard from her. Nobody's seen her.
Bill Hurst was a suspect in Amy's disappearance from the very start.
Everybody knew that he had something to do with it.
His actions only seemed to confirm it.
They did ask him if he would take a lie detector test, and he said he would. But when the police showed up the next day, he was already gone. He left in the night.
And just as in Wendy Huggy's case, the Hurst investigation stalled before it even began. This time because of a clerical error involving her maiden name, Amy Rose.
And when her sisters reported her missing, they reported her as Amy Rose, not Amy Hurst.
Her sisters contacted police, but no one ever changed the records. A simple mistake that had disastrous results.
We kept making inquiries over the years and, really getting the runaround, not really getting any answers.
And did you at any point just acknowledge, even privately, that in all probability we're not going to see Amy again?
Yeah. I knew Amy would not go that long without talking to her kids. That is not Amy.
As for Bill Hurst,
at one point they had found traces of him in one of the New England states. And then after that, it just kind of fell off and nobody did anything about it.
But 20 years later, a new suspect surfaced.
Unfortunately, there was a lot of female bodies that were being recovered in this area.
Were Amy Hurst and Wendy Huggy both victims of a serial killer?
We're NCIS. Do you guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate.
This is a great team for what?
We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready. Ready? Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal! Oh! He's in a wheelchair! What do you want? Come on, stop the car! That's a kid! Kid! Did I pass?
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical. It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
How'd you do your research?
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying.
We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
For years, Amy Hearst's family clung to the hope that as long as no body had been found, there still was a possibility Amy was alive, somewhere. Amy's son, Jeff.
I always thought for the longest time that she started a new life, maybe. And then one day she would just show up.
Amy's sister, Sharon, was sure of it.
I remember one time I was driving and I looked in my rearview mirror and I could have swore the person in the car behind me was her. I opened my car door and jumped out of my car and I thought, how stupid, you know? But, you know, you always hope.
It was much the same for Wendy Huggy's family. Her uncle, Robert Richards, says that in the decades after the 16-year-old's disappearance, her distraught mother, Susan, barely could bring herself to mention her daughter's name.
I think she had some of the guilt of, you know, maybe I could have kept her here, maybe I could have changed jobs sooner and been at home more. It was not something that she liked to talk about.
Wendy's aunt, Patty Sprague.
It was devastating.
But I would think at any sort of family gathering, this is sort of the elephant in the room, right?
You're always aware that she's not there. You know, when you have Christmas and...
Birthdays.
And yes, birthdays.
In 2001, Wendy would have celebrated her 36th birthday. About that time, some 20 years after she went missing, a Pasco County cop decided to take a fresh look at this very cold case. His name was Robert Ham.
He became fascinated with it, and then to the point of obsessed. I mean, he was determined to find Wendy.
Ham soon unearthed the 1982 report of the body found in the Gulf. In his heart, he knew he was onto something.
Now, at that time, we had a serial killer in the area, Oba Chandler. His thing was to kidnap women, take them out on a boat, put them in the water alive, tied to a cement block, and let them drown and die. And I thought, oh my gosh, it has to be Wendy. He was convinced that she had been kidnapped and she was another victim of his.
But from death row, Oba Chandler refused to talk to Bobby Ham, and eventually Chandler was executed. His silence didn't stop Ham. He retrieved Wendy Huggy's dental records and asked the medical examiner's office to exhume the body.
The grave is right over here?
Yes.
So the exhumation takes place, everybody thinks that they know who this is already. Right?
Oh, Bobby was so sure. He was telling everybody, this is Wendy. I've done it. I found her. It's going to be her.
Right.
And unfortunately, it wasn't. He kept trying until he passed away. He kept trying to find her. He didn't give up. I mean, he was devastated. He was discouraged, but he continued to try. And after he was gone, I've continued to try.
But for all their efforts, the identity of the body dug up from Potter's Field remained a mystery.
But there's a good side to that story. Because she was exhumed, now we can get DNA. Well, the medical examiner did some DNA testing, and they had a recreation of her, what she may look like, done, and placed her on the Doe network.
As in John and Jane Doe. The network is set up to locate the missing and identify the dead. Information about the exhumed body, information Bobby Ham dug up in his failed search for Wendy, sat there unnoticed until years later when Amy Hearst's son Jeff went online searching for clues about his mother.
He was having a really hard time his whole life, not knowing what happened to his mother, and one day decided, that's it, I've got to do something, and I've got to know I tried. I've got to know what happened.
In 2009, 27 years after his mother Amy disappeared, Jeff stumbled across the Doe Network website with its description of the body in the Gulf. The artist's rendering didn't look familiar, but something else on the website did. What did you see on there that piqued your interest right away?
The bedspread.
Jeff and his sister Lisa had loved bouncing on it as children. The bedspread. Anything else?
Turquoise jewelry. An Afghan.
The Afghan really hit home.
The Afghans are a big part of our family. My grandmother made everybody Afghans. And my mom made them, and my aunts made them. Everybody made them.
And one of them had been wrapped around the body in the Gulf. Amy's sister was sure of that the second she saw the description on the website.
It's made of multicolors. It's basically white, but my mother would take all her leftover pieces of yarn and she would make the little squares out of them. And we have numerous Afghans that we all have still today. And all those same colors are in this Afghan.
This is the Afghan that Amy's mother made for her, and that was wrapped around the bedspread, that was wrapped around her body.
You can see why that's something that you would recognize.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's very distinctive.
Yes.
And each of the sisters had one of these?
Yes.
No one in Amy Hurst's family needed any more evidence.
When I saw the Afghans next to her, I was 100% sure.
We knew then that it was her.
Despite their certainty, the Afghan and jewelry didn't prove this was Amy Hurst. For that, Shawneman needed hard evidence, and she would find it in, of all places, Potter's Field, where, fatefully, the Hurst and Huggy cases would intersect. The body, dug up in 2001, the body that was not Wendy Huggy. Would DNA prove it was Amy Hurst? Tests and analysis to match it to Jeff's DNA took 2 years.
I would have thought you'd be pretty frustrated.
I was.
Why did it take so long?
There's so much backlog DNA, and it just waited and waited and waited and waited.
In July of 2011, an excited Detective Shawneman called Jeff with the results.
She just says, "Are you sitting down?" I was like, "Do I need to be?" And she says, "I don't know, you might want to."
It's her, Jeff. We found her. It's her.
It wasn't good news at all. I mean, but it was good news for me to know that we knew where she was at.
And I just started shaking. Just shaking, shaking, shaking.
He called me, and we cried together. You were glad to know that you had an answer, but then it was permanent, you know. It was like she just died, because you just found out to you she had just died.
After 30 years, there was no longer any question Amy Hurst had been murdered. And for Amy's family, no question who did it.
We knew absolutely it was Bill.
But we have no way to prove it.
I thought he would get away with it.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical. It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity and formality and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
The all-new CBS Evening News. Not like anything else on TV.
Can your business survive this?
If you build back exactly the same way, expect the exact same result.
If this is the end of my American dream, I'm going to go down swinging.
This is CBS.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy.
So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care?
I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun.
Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now?
To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Go behind the scenes of one of TV's most watched true crime series with the 48 Hours Postmortem podcast. Follow and listen to 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts.
Amy Hurst's killer had gone unpunished for 30 years, only to be tripped up by a very stupid mistake.
When we confirmed that she was murdered and where she was found, it could be nobody but Bill, especially when she was found with the blankets off her own bed.
You don't go off with somebody that kills you and then they bring you home and wrap you in your own blankets to dispose of your body. You were at home when you were murdered. And it doesn't take a great detective to figure that out.
Now, all this detective had to do was find him.
Did you at that point know where Bill Hurst was?
I thought he was in Michigan. I went to see his sister, who still lived up there, and she told me where he was at.
She even agreed to call him.
She said, Bill, the police have been here. They found Amy's body. What did you do?
You wanted to make him nervous.
Of course. What happens when you get nervous?
You make mistakes.
Yes, you did.
Hurst had been living here in Dawson Springs, Kentucky, a small town in the western part of the state, once the home to the imperial clans of America. But if he thought his neighbors would stick up for him in his time of need, he was sadly mistaken. Elmer Cruz, a retired tool and die maker, was a close friend.
What did you think of him? What was he like?
He just seemed like one of the guys, you know. I mean, he drank a lot, but so do a lot of people, you know.
Did he tell you he'd been married?
He told me that he had a girlfriend named Amy, but he said just all of a sudden she got up and left.
After his sister told him the cops were on his trail, Hurst called Elmer.
Yeah, he sounded really, really down and really bad, and so I went over there.
And heard a shocking admission.
My past has finally caught up with me. He said, I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life if they don't execute me. I thought I'd got away with it, but he said, evidently, he said, I think they found the body. And then I thought, whoa.
I get to town, I contact the local police department, which were great. Not a lot happens in their town, so this really excited them.
Turns out Captain Craig Patterson already had his eye on Hurst for allegedly selling prescription drugs.
But the idea that he had murdered somebody and put their body in the Gulf of Mexico was not something...
No, that was not anything that I would have guessed in 100 years.
So where did the break in this come?
The break came when Elmer Cruz walked into the police department here and said, Bill Hurst told me he disposed of a body a long time ago and it had caught up with him. We knew. Here's our break. We've got to go now.
They hatched a plan to trick Hurst. Elmer would go back up to his house with a surprise.
Wait a minute. Elmer agrees to wear a wire?
Yeah.
Why do you think he did?
Because he said it wasn't right to kill somebody.
I would not let anybody get away with murder. It's that simple.
48 Hours obtained the tape of their extraordinary conversation.
I'm not worried about it too much. They're trying to say I took this body out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico and dumped it. I didn't have access to a boat.
Well, out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, it would have never been found anyway.
Hurst is nervous and wants reassurance.
Like I said, if they had any hard evidence, they'd arrest me when they came to the door. But they don't, so they have no way of proving that I had anything to do with anything. They can't, there's no eyewitnesses. I made sure of that.
Based on Elmer's tapes, a grand jury indicted William Hurst for first-degree murder a few weeks later. It had been 29 years since the murder, and now it was time for an arrest. Shoneman was leaving nothing to chance. Hurst had become a recluse, hunkered down in his house.
He wasn't coming out, he was barricading himself in there.
And he was heavily armed.
He had a .45 that he had bought, a pistol, and he had bought a .380 and a couple of rifles.
You'll always have to worry about that, but you can't let it stop you. If I let that stop me, I'd never make an arrest, and, I just have to be prepared for it.
A SWAT team was hiding outside, almost ready to pounce, when Hurst's dog did them a huge favor.
He cared enough about the dog when it got tangled and couldn't reach its water that he left the seclusion of the house to come out and untangle him.
And that's when they grabbed him?
Yes, yes. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not make any statements or answer any questions. Do you understand those rights?
48 Hours was at the station when Hurst was questioned. He did not ask for a lawyer.
I have a reason to arrest you for your wife's murder, but I would like also to hear your side of the story. Do you want to tell me that, your side of the story?
Well, all I can tell you is I didn't kill her.
If you didn't kill her, how'd she die and how'd she end up in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico?
That's about as much as I want to say right now.
He still doesn't specifically ask for a lawyer, and Detective Shoneman plows right on.
And I know you were there when she died, and I know you got rid of her body. Yeah. I'd like to know why.
Hurst tells her, blaming Amy for what happened.
She went to kick me. And when she kicked me, her foot slipped and she fell and she hit her head on the back of the concrete floor.
Was it just the one time she hit her head? Did she bleed, or what happened?
I didn't notice any bleeding, and I panicked, and I didn't know what to do.
All just a terrible accident, he says.
And I rolled her in the blanket, and I did dispose of the body. That I'm guilty of.
Well, where did you use a boat to do it, or?
No, up Sunshine Sky Bridge.
Why didn't you just call the police, Bill?
I don't know. I just panicked out. I don't know why. I know I should have done that, but I don't know why I didn't. I just wigged out, and I didn't know what to do. So I couldn't, for the life of me, because that woman I love with all my heart, I couldn't bring to bear the fact that she had passed.
Hurst almost seems to think he deserves sympathy.
Are they going to release me to go back to my house, or what?
Oh, no, Bill. You'll have to arrest, buddy. You've been charged with first-degree murder, and you're going to be staying in custody.
Murder.
With Hurst behind bars, Shoneman makes the call she's been looking forward to for years, to Amy Hurst's son, Jeff.
Jeff, guess what?
What?
It's over, dude. It's all over.
It's all over?
He's in custody. He's been charged with your mother's murder.
No kidding.
That was a great call. I didn't tell him I was going. I didn't tell him what I was doing initially because I didn't want him to be disappointed.
Please be seated. This is State of Florida versus William Hurst.
But disappointment may be coming. Before trial, a judge rules that most of Shoneman's interrogation can't be used as evidence, all because of one sentence.
That's about as much as I want to say right now.
The judge found that because he said he didn't want to talk about it, He had implied his right to remain silent, so he didn't allow my conversation to be heard by the jury.
But without Hearst's candid admissions of how Amy died, how he rolled her body in the Afghan, how he dropped her off the bridge, what would a jury decide?
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights. And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
It's been 30 years since both Wendy Huggy and Amy Hearst disappeared. Wendy's fate is still unknown. But in searching for clues about Wendy, Detective Lisa Shoneman solved the mystery of Amy. The final chapter now about to be written in a Florida courtroom.
Ladies and gentlemen, just like every good book has a title, this story has a title. The title is I Almost Got Away with It.
So begins the prosecution's case against William Hearst, charged with first-degree murder in the death of his wife, Amy. For Amy's family, the trial is a necessary but painful ordeal.
You're sitting in that courtroom, 20 feet from this guy.
That was hard to do. Well, I couldn't look at him when I was on the stand.
I didn't look at him either. I stared at him the whole time I testified. I had to look him in the eye. Laura Ann Champagne. Amy is my aunt.
Family members recount Hearst's physical abuse of Amy.
Amy and Bill were arguing back and forth, yelling. Bill told her to shut up, and he backhanded her across the face.
Black eyes, fat lips. I saw him hit her with an iron skillet. He threw her through a shower enclosure into a bathtub and down a flight of stairs.
You recall this as a kid?
Oh, yeah. That was one that you don't ever forget.
Did you ever recall Mr. Hurst threatening to kill your mom?
Yes.
Hurst's defense is not a surprise.
This death was an accident. She tried to kick him. She fell. She hit her head. She died accidentally, and that is not a murder.
There were 2 gashes to the back of the head. They're right here and here.
On the left side of her head, there was another marked contusion, somewhere over here.
But to medical examiner Dr. Russell Vega, the multiple injuries indicate that Amy's death was no accident.
Would you expect to see those types of injuries when someone falls and hits their head?
Not 3 injuries, no. My opinion of the cause of death is unspecified homicidal violence.
But proving murder could be a problem for prosecutors because the judge has ruled that they can't use the tape of Hurst's incriminating interview.
I can't remember if she died instantly or if she was just knocked out, because it was like 3 days between the time that it happened to the time I disposed of the body.
Detective Shauneman admits she wanted the jury to hear that.
Were you completely confident in your own mind that you would be okay without it?
You're never completely confident. You know, you don't know what the jury's going to think.
He had his elbow on his coffee table, had his head in his hands.
But the jury does hear Elmer Cruz's chilling testimony.
So he said, I got rid of the body the way you're supposed to get rid of a body. He said, I wrapped it up in plastic, tied a concrete block around it, and took it out and dropped it in the water.
This is what he uses.
Perhaps the most damning evidence of all, the secret audio tapes Elmer Cruz made, in which Hurst brags about his crime.
They have no way of proving that I had anything to do with anything. There's no eyewitnesses, I made sure of that.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're free to go.
What was that like for you?
It was a new experience. That's the first time I'd ever done anything like that. But see, when you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about what's right. My wife tells me every day I get done at a good thing.
The defense calls no witnesses.
This is a case of a tragic accident.
And William Hurst does not take the stand.
I'm upset about that.
Really? Why?
I want to know. I want him to tell me what happened.
You still want to know exactly what happened?
Absolutely.
This defendant, William Hurst, is guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
What was your frame of mind when the jury went out?
At that point, I just wanted to go home. But they said sometimes it can take 8 hours, sometimes it can take 20 minutes.
In fact, the jury is out a mere 3 hours.
I understand the jury has reached a verdict. Yes, sir. Defendant, please rise.
State of Florida versus William Hurst. Verdict. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged in the indictment. So say we all this 4th day of April.
Can you describe your feelings when you heard those words? Guilty?
I had something in me that I didn't know was even there.
What do you mean?
I just gasped out and started crying, and my cousin was sitting next to me, and we both just cried and cried.
Mr. Hurst, you are well and truly an evil man. I sentence you to life in prison.
Life with no chance of parole for 25 years.
Did you want him to get the death penalty?
Mm-mm. We don't want the death penalty, because that's the easy way out.
Amy's family gathered at Elizabeth Lake in Waterford, Michigan, where Amy had often spent family vacations.
Her ashes were spread on the water, and they had roses on it, and they had rose petals out there, and it was absolutely beautiful. It's been 30 years. Time heals. But as we stood there on that boat, and I thought to myself, it's just like she died yesterday. Her kids
in so much pain.
They've had to live all these years without their mother.
I drive by there all the time. I always look at the water.
But it gave you a sense that maybe she's at peace.
Right, yeah.
Amy's family acknowledges that peace would not have been possible were it not for Wendy Huggy.
What would you have to say to the Huggy family?
Don't give up.
Never give up.
Something could still happen.
Do you think there's any hope that you'll ever know what happened to Wendy?
Honestly, no, I don't. It's really a long stretch.
It's a beautiful 17-year-old girl who just disappeared. Where is she? What happened to her?
But cold case detective Lisa Schoeneman is not about to give up.
Just came across a couple the other day, but it wasn't her.
But you're not going to stop looking?
Oh, no, I'll keep looking. I'll find her. I'll find her.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights. And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. It's the clock. It's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Listen and follow 48 Hours Postmortem wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture, streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
People from all over the country come to Los Angeles, all over the world, really. You know, they're all chasing a dream. My name's Scott Johnson. I'm a senior writer at The Hollywood Reporter. Blake Leibel is the son of a wealthy Toronto real estate developer who, in his early 20s, moved to Hollywood to pursue a career in entertainment, film, and graphic novels.
The storyline is about when a new planet enters our solar system.
He took up with this woman, Yana Kassian. I think for a lot of women, Blake was a good catch.
Yana was raised in Ukraine. She was a very curious and adventurous-seeking type of person. She fell in love with LA, shared her experiences with her mother.
Did she think that this man was the man she wanted to marry and have children with?
Yes, I was in agreement with her. She really wanted to have a baby.
He was a perfectly normal, happy person sitting with his new family. Something must have happened. He has a brother, Cody Leibel. Cody drives a series of very rare, very expensive Ferraris, owns multi-million-dollar homes around town.
He's the flashy brother.
He's the flashy one, yeah. Cody Leibel was an amateur gambler, played in a local game called Molly's Game, which later became a movie.
I was in a room with movie stars, directors, and business titans. They were going all in, all the time.
There were a number of high-rolling poker players who were part of this game.
This is the Russian mafia, and the three are tied together in the indictment through a poker game.
Blake was concerned about his brother's gambling. He started to become very paranoid that his brother was indebted to mobsters. He was worried that there were people associated with that game who might threaten him or his family with bodily harm.
Help me, the police. I had this feeling that something was wrong.
Police swarmed this building after a mother's intuition told her something was not right with her daughter.
I would like my police to come over to my daughter's apartment.
Nothing on the phone prepared us for what we were walking into.
And I asked them, where is my daughter? And they didn't answer.
It was hard to talk about it without kind of gagging.
It's not often that a 48 Hours correspondent would caution a homicide detective about the language they use to describe a crime scene.
The blood evidence in this case told me that this was a prolonged and brutal crime.
The deeper you dig, the more mysterious it becomes.
This case reads like a movie script. It's just more like a horror movie.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Hey, hungry? Shout you a crock burger?
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good. That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come here.
Okay.
Tracker. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
There's still a huge police presence out here.
In terms of murders, it's far and away the most grisly, awful story I've ever covered.
As horror stories go, says Scott Johnson, a writer for The Hollywood Reporter and a 48 Hours consultant, it doesn't get any darker than the death of Yana Kassian. For her mother, Olga, the news was unbearable.
I am the mom whose daughter was being murdered. And I did not do anything to prevent that from happening.
Until the moment Olga learned Yana had been brutally killed, her 30-year-old daughter's life had seemed charmed. The sunny glamour of Los Angeles is about as far as you can get from the freezing winters of Kiev, Ukraine.
She wanted to live in a huge, strong country. She really loved it.
Yana was a tax lawyer in her late 20s when she moved to LA, where she was learning to work as a translator, says the family's attorney, Jake Finkel.
Her biggest dream was to, have children and raise a family here in the United States.
And it seemed like all of her dreams were about to come true when she met and fell in love with the incredibly wealthy Blake Leibel.
He, by all accounts, was friendly, and people appreciated him.
We find a new enemy that's about 12 to 18 feet, and they ride and control dinosaurs like dogs.
Blake, an aspiring Hollywood producer, speaking here at a comic book convention, had millions of dollars inherited from his family in Toronto.
He was sort of born into the lap of luxury.
But Blake's life was complicated.
He had every advantage, but one of the things that I learned was that from a very early age, he felt jealous of his brother's attention from the father.
And were they close, or is this Cain and Abel?
I think it's a little of both.
Cody, the older brother, developed real estate and owned a record label. The family's wealth came from both sides. On his mother's side,
His grandfather started a plastics empire.
Jake Edmiston is a reporter in Toronto for the National Post and a 48 Hours consultant.
On the father's side, he's a major Toronto developer, so both of them brought a substantial amount of wealth to the marriage.
But the parents separated, and they separated the children. Cody would live with his father in the most expensive area of the city, while Blake was raised by his mother here, in what many consider to be the second most expensive area in Toronto.
Would you say that this is a neighborhood where, if children are growing up here, this is a life of privilege?
I would say wealth and privilege, yeah.
But in Blake's case, money did not mean happiness. His relationship with his father was strained. After his mother died in 2011, Blake waged a court battle over her estate.
What was the estate worth?
Millions and millions of dollars.
According to court records, about $12 million. Blake ended up with less than half, which by most accounts was still a lot of money. Blake continued his quest to write and direct in Hollywood.
Was he taken seriously, or is this just a rich kid who came in and it was pay to play?
Some people found him to be sort of like a goofy trust funder who was just sort of playing with daddy's money, but other people said that he was hardworking, that he, poured his energies into these projects and really wanted to succeed.
I'm 20 years old and I'm losing all of my hair.
Blake directed a low-budget film called Bald, about a college student who tries to raise money for his hair transplant by creating a website featuring female students. He worked on an animated series called Spaceballs that stemmed from a Mel Brooks movie. But his biggest project was a graphic novel called Syndrome that he hoped to turn into a television show. Blake's ambition and probably his money drew beautiful women to him. In 2006, long before Yana was in Los Angeles, he met Amanda Braun, a model who would become his wife.
His wife, Amanda, was and has been described as the one who would, urge them to go to the Chateau Marmont, to get out, see people, go to parties. And he was kind of more retiring. He liked to stay at home and look at comics. He was sort of a homebody.
The couple had a son together, but just as another baby was on the way, Blake picked up and left.
He left her very abruptly. In the summer of 2015, she was about to give birth to their second child. And he took up with this woman, Yana Kassian.
And he told Yana his marriage was over.
It looks like things are actually going pretty well. They're taking trips. There's lots of dinners out. He buys her a very expensive Mercedes.
They moved into this condo.
It was amazing news. We were so happy. All of us were so happy.
Olga was aware Blake's romantic life was rather unsettled, to say the least.
He kept telling Yanechka that he was either already divorced or in the process of divorcing his wife.
Olga flew to LA to meet the man who said he was going to marry her daughter and to help with the baby. A few days later, a little girl named Diana was born on Olga's 60th birthday.
Yana was happy.
She was very happy. And he too.
Father, mother, daughter, beautiful.
In the first few days after Diana was born, Blake certainly seemed content with his new family.
Did he seem like a good man, and was he kind to Yana?
Yes, because he always kissed her, and he kept saying "Любимая" in Russian, which means my beloved.
That picture of the happy family was a stark contrast to a fear Blake felt a year earlier.
And he was expressing these fears in these text messages to a very close friend.
In Blake's mind, he believed his brother Cody may have had big gambling debts, and those poker-playing Russian mobsters posed a serious threat to everyone Blake loved. Texting, "These people Cody owes money to are dangerous."
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery.
When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere.
Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Elspeth! Oh, I thought I saw you, and then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police. I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence.
Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there, and I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Unlike his younger brother Blake, Cody Leibel lived loud.
He's a big man about town, loves fast cars, the fast lifestyle. He was much more of a public figure and a public presence.
Cody played in that high-stakes poker circuit depicted in the movie Molly's Game. Frequented by celebrities and some shady rich men, including, reportedly, members of the Russian mafia.
Close friends of both Cody and Blake have told me that Cody, in at least one case, was taken for a large amount of money by some of these other more experienced poker players.
How large?
Over $1 million, I heard. Blake was afraid that the people associated with the gambling game posed a mortal threat to him and members of his family.
As Blake's earlier texts revealed. But as investigators began to unravel Yana's murder, they discovered more immediate pressures on Blake that painted a disturbing picture.
He had made choices that ensnared him with 3 different women simultaneously, and that was kind of catching up to him.
In early 2016, Blake Leibel's personal life had become very complicated. He'd moved out of this house here in Beverly Hills and was in the throes of a divorce with his wife, Amanda. Meanwhile, he was living here at the West Hollywood condo with Yana. And on top of that, he was seeing a third woman, Constance Bukafuri, who lived in this posh little home a couple of miles away, which was also owned by Blake. His life had become an unwieldy love-hate quadrangle.
So he was going between Yana and Constance The condo and this house.
In this house, that's correct. He's living multiple lives.
Rob Martindale and Bill Cotter investigated Yana's murder for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. They say that in mid-May 2016, less than a week before Yana's killing, Constance accused Blake of sexually assaulting her in this house.
I believe that something occurred here. Some unwanted touching occurred in this house by Blake.
Blake was arrested and held in jail. Yana had to help bail him out.
It probably was a source for tension between the two.
Blake was never prosecuted, but his affair was revealed to Yana.
And she must have been asking Blake, like, what's going on here? Like, we just had a baby together. Like, why aren't you at home helping me with the kid? I need your help.
Olga says her daughter's dream of life in America was quickly turning into a nightmare. Yana was so afraid of losing Blake, she agreed to let her newborn daughter live with her mother in a separate apartment a few miles away, paid for by Blake. That way, Yana could focus on her relationship with Blake, who had suddenly become uninterested in the new baby.
He constantly demanded sex, and that he could leave her for another woman.
Yana was still recovering from a C-section.
He threatened to leave her for another woman if she didn't have sex with him?
Yes, he even said that to her.
To Olga, Yana seemed intimidated by Blake.
He was controlling her like a hawk. He wanted her to do everything he wanted.
Olga begged her daughter to move on from Blake and move in with her and the baby.
And what would she say?
She would run back to him.
On May 23, 2016, Yana, seen on this security video, went shopping with her mother. Later in the day, Olga says Yana started getting texts from Blake.
Upon receiving those texts, she would change like a chameleon. Her facial expression changed. After those texts, she would say, "I'm going to him."
So she left.
She did.
The next afternoon, Olga had trouble reaching her daughter.
I did try to call her, and the calls went to the voice message.
6 calls with no response.
All of a sudden, I had this feeling that I have to go there.
Call it mother's intuition.
Just out of the blue, you had a feeling that you had to go to Yana and check on her?
Yes. I wanted to go there, but the baby was sleeping.
She called the police.
They put me on hold for a very long time, and then eventually they found a girl who could speak Russian.
After you called the police, do they go to the condo to check on her?
I don't know. I called them again and again and again.
Finally, she decided it was up to her.
The morning after, I just called a taxi and rushed there myself.
Help me.
She's like a tiger trying to get to her cub. She wanted to get in that room.
We're NCIS. Do you guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate. This is a great team for what? We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, 2 things. Pretty sure it's 3.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready. Ready? Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, other pedal. Oh, he's in a wheelchair. What do you want? Not stop the car. That's a kid. Kid.
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research. I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying. We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
By Wednesday morning, Olga was frantic. For 2 days, she had not seen her daughter. As this security video shows, Olga went to Yana and Blake's condo with a friend and tried desperately to get into the gated property.
And I went across the street from that building to look at the patio.
Olga says she looked up at their third-floor apartment and saw a man standing in the window.
And I started calling, Blake, Blake.
You saw Blake inside from the street?
Видела.
I did.
And then another resident opened the gate.
I ran to that apartment. I was knocking at the door. I was ringing the bell.
No answer, so again, she called police. This time, uniformed officers showed up.
And I kept telling them, here he is, here he is. Break the door. And they said that they had no right to break the door because they couldn't hear anybody screaming inside.
There's also no indication that there was any foul play going on at that time. So the decision was made at that time not to go into the complex.
Police tried to call Blake.
Hello, this message is for Blake Leibel. This is the West Hollywood Sheriff Station. We're here at your apartment and we need to speak to you immediately, sir.
Blake did not respond. Police waited outside for a few hours and then eventually left.
Are you angry that they didn't respond and listen to you on that Tuesday and on Wednesday?
I am angry.
Angry and overwhelmed. Convinced Yana was inside, Olga was torn. She did not want to leave Blake's condo, but she had to get back home to her infant granddaughter, who was being cared for by a friend.
I was feeling that fear, a fear of police, fear of leaving the baby alone.
The next morning, Thursday, Olga was back at the apartment and back on the phone,
Help me.
begging the police for help.
Please hold for your Russian interpreter.
Хорошо, они здесь были, сказали,
I want the police to come and free my daughter.
Finally, police agreed it was time to go in. They were concerned that Yana might be in medical distress because she had recently given birth.
Tell her
Yes, I'm here.
that we'll go ahead and send somebody over, but she has to be there.
When they arrived, I wanted to lead them upstairs to the third floor, but they told me to sit near the main entrance to the building.
So you're sitting outside and they all go inside.
I was outside sitting on the sidewalk.
To your left is the door.
This is it here?
After calling out Sheriff's Department, yelling out Blake's name, Ayana's name, and no answer, They finally obtained a key from the realtor. But when they unlocked it, tried to go inside, they encounter those hotel-style locks, which tells them that somebody's got to be in there. So the decision was made to breach that door.
Police break down the front door and enter the condo.
The living room is kind of in a disheveled look.
This animation of the condo, which was later created for the prosecution, shows police immediately ran into several other obstacles. First, the hallway door into the bedrooms is locked and barricaded.
So they were forced to actually take the door off the hinges.
As police look into the guest bedroom, they see the first signs of a struggle: blood.
They call out again to Blake, still no answer, still no movement.
After clearing the guest bedroom, they move toward the master bedroom, but that door is also barricaded with a mattress.
So as they're trying to push forward, the mattress is pushing it back. But at that same time, a man yells out, "Blake Leibel." He is basically saying he's not coming out.
And tells them Yana isn't home. Blake calls a friend, seen here on this surveillance tape, rushing into the condo. The friend convinces Blake to open the door and come out of the bedroom. Wearing only boxer shorts, Blake emerges from the room. Detectives Cotter and Martindale are then called to the scene.
Been to a lot of crime scenes over the years, but walking into that one was just different. Stepping into the hallway that led to the bedrooms, then things started to appear.
They enter the guest bedroom.
Started to see blood, saw the bloody headboard, blood on the walls.
Then the master bedroom.
There was an obvious large blood stain on the wall that someone had tried to clean up.
And then they saw Yana,
At that point, she was covered to the bottom of her chin.
covered in a Mickey Mouse blanket. At first, she looked almost peaceful.
Once her head was off of the pillow, then you could see the full damage.
The injuries she suffered were horrific and unspeakable.
Yana had been scalped. Her body was eerily and unusually pale.
It wasn't simply the killing of somebody, it was
sadistic.
Blake had scratches and bruises on his face and a bite mark on his arm.
She fought.
She fought valiantly.
Police also found a pair of Blake's pants with his passport and $4,000 stuffed in a pocket.
What did it tell you?
That this was a man who was probably going to dispose of Ayana completely, clean up the condo, and then probably flee this country back to his native Canada.
Police arrest Blake. By then, Olga had made her way into the building.
And then I saw Blake handcuffed, and they were leading him out. I did not really pay attention to him. I kept looking at that door because I thought that they would bring my Yana out. I was crying out. I was screaming, "Where is my daughter?"
And right here on the floor, right behind you, is where Olga's leaning against the wall.
This is where you had to tell Olga.
This is where I had to inform her that her daughter had been killed.
I tried to crawl to that apartment. I was screaming, but they did not let me in.
Detectives questioned Blake, seen here oddly smiling in his arrest photo, but he denied having anything to do with Yana's gruesome death or the horrific crime scene.
Did he give any explanation of what he thought happened to Yana? Like, who would have done this to her?
He gave no reasonable explanation, actually no explanation at all, other than he said, really the point of the thing was, science is going to tell you who did this.
And the science would shock everyone.
Wow. Yes. It's stunning to see that much. Yes.
For me, there's like, what the hell happened?
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down.
One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not 1, not 2, but...
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks.
You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish mornings started at like 10 a.m. Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's gonna take a while to get used to. And I said it to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Blake Leibel told police the science would tell them just what happened to Yana, and it did.
All right, so walk me through what you saw when you went in.
As soon as I walked in, leaning against this bookshelf was a mattress.
Leslie Thompson is a crime scene specialist with the LA County Sheriff's Department.
So what really struck me about this scene in general was really the lack of blood.
The lack of blood?
The lack of blood that was present.
For a murder this brutal, she expected a lot more. So where did it all go? Thompson set up a demonstration.
All right, so you've prepped this for us. This is a piece of linoleum that you've put animal blood.
That's correct.
And to my naked eye here, I just see some blood spatter that's right here.
She showed us how she can analyze what happened, even if there's not a lot to see.
Okay, so this is actually, I like to call it luminol 2.0. It's called Blue Star Magnum.
It's a chemical compound that, when sprayed on a surface, reveals where blood was and where a cleaning substance was used to remove it.
It creates a luminescence, or it creates light. It's a search tool for blood that you cannot see with the naked eye.
Okay, let's see what it does. Wow. Oh, you can see the footprints, the wiping.
When investigators first came into the master bedroom, they noticed some bloodstains on the mattress, but that was all they could see.
Okay, let's bring up the Blue Star. Wow.
Then the bathroom.
This is what it looked like when you walked in, essentially?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, now bring up the blue star. Wow. And so this, none of this you could really see clearly?
You couldn't see it at all.
The guest bedroom also lit up. In fact, much of the condo was splashed with luminescence.
It lit up. It lit up in a bad way. Even though we had been in there now for 2 days, until she did that and lit this up, and then all of a sudden, at least I gained a much better appreciation for what happened there.
What was the story it said to you about Yana and what happened to her?
The story was this event didn't just happen quickly in one location.
And perhaps most shocking of all is how Yana died. It's called exsanguination.
Am I saying it correctly?
Yes.
There's a new vocabulary word. Been a crime reporter for 25 years and I've not heard this one.
First time I've heard it as well.
Exsanguination, meaning the blood had been drained from her body. That's why Yana was so pale. Detectives believe it took between 6 and 8 hours for Yana to die. It was clear Yana's killer had tried to cover up any incriminating blood evidence, wiping down floors and walls. But where did all those cleaning materials, as well as the bedding and clothing, go?
And this is the chute, so
That's it.
everything went down here.
Yes.
Almost immediately after they arrived, detectives noticed how close the trash chute was to the apartment.
So this is the chute that...
Came from the 3rd floor
Right.
to the trash dump.
Detective Cotter and his team collected 11 trash bags from the dumpsters, each filled with an abundance of evidence: towels, clothing, and bedding. One particular item stood out: a bed skirt with this bloody handprint. As you can see, it appears part of the pinky finger is missing. Turns out Blake was missing part of his right pinky finger.
Match for match, just
Match for match.
pinky missing.
Yes.
Everything at the scene pointed to Blake as the killer.
There was no other suspects. It was clear as to what occurred.
This murder had nothing to do with Russian mobsters or jealous girlfriends. There's no concrete evidence that Cody actually had big gambling debts, only that Blake believed he did. In fact, Blake never mentioned any scenario that pointed away from him. It also wasn't a drug-fueled attack. Only a small amount of marijuana was found in his system. So why did Blake kill Yana? Detectives struggled to find a motive.
Now, I was trying to extract something to explain what can cause a man to do this to a woman he professed to love and was engaged to.
Did you get anything from that interview that answered that question?
When he said, "Women don't like me," and he alluded to the fact that if it wasn't for money, women wouldn't like me. I think that he's a person that controlled the women in his life with money. And I think at some point there was probably no was said to him, and I think he said, "You don't say no to me because I control the pocketbook." And I think that ultimately caused her demise.
Still, a crime this unconscionable doesn't usually come out of nowhere, which is why detectives even tried looking into Blake's background.
We ran into roadblocks. Not a lot of people would talk to us, nor none of his family would.
We also searched for answers. Here in Toronto, we approached virtually everyone we could find from Blake's early life. Family members, classmates, even teachers. And here in LA, we tried to talk to everyone from his adult life, his wife, girlfriends, and friends. But no one, not one of them, was willing to go on camera and talk about him.
Did you find anything in his background, any history, any whiff of a story that he was a violent or abusive or strange kid or teenager?
No, none of
Toronto reporter Jake Edmiston.
I think speaking to people who knew him in different phases of his life, all of them are as shocked as we are.
You know, the big question is, he must be crazy. Look at what he did. You know, he's tortured this woman.
But Blake is not crazy, says forensic psychologist and 48 Hours consultant Chris Mohandy, who worked with the prosecution on this case.
So you can do outrageous, heinous, terrible things to other people. That's different than being found insane or incompetent in the eyes of the law.
Mohandy never met Blake, but a court-ordered psychiatrist did and found Blake fit to stand trial. Mohandy says that's because Blake Leibel understands right from wrong, which is the legal standard.
It's shocking what he did, but it's not surprising what he did.
Mohandy points to Blake's background. A rich kid alienated from his father at a young age with a need for power and control over women.
He's always gotten everything he wants when he wants it. But he also has an underlying violent fantasy life that he's been mentally rehearsing for years. And so when the rage comes out, it takes the form of those fantasies.
The fantasies? Remember that graphic novel Blake was working on years before Yana's murder? Turns out it was about a vicious killer, and it was soon to take center stage in Blake's story.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
In June 2018, 2 years after Yana's murder, a very different-looking Blake Leibel went on trial. Even without a clear motive, prosecutor Beth Silverman was sure once the jury saw that graphic novel, they would convict him of Yana's murder.
This crime appears to be patterned after the defendant's book, Syndrome.
But would that be enough?
Tell me about when you heard the verdict.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving.
Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power.
I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going. It's the clock. It's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
What this book provides, this syndrome, it provides a blueprint for this murder.
Prosecutor Beth Silverman believes Blake was acting out a fantasy from his graphic novel, which shows a doll with its scalp missing on the cover. Inside, more chilling details.
The depiction of two victims hanging upside down in order to drain the blood or to exsanguinate the blood from these fictional bodies.
Prosecutors say that during the prolonged period Blake was torturing Yana,
over and over and over again,
he somehow manages to have food delivered several times, as this security footage shows.
We know that the defendant had ample time to stop and change his mind. He chose to commit these horrendous crimes against Deanna Cassian.
They also present all that blood evidence from the crime scene.
Just to be clear, this is all the victim's blood.
And along with the jury, Olga sees dozens of graphic photos of Yana.
How a human could do such a thing.
And for the first time, hears exactly how profoundly her daughter suffered.
Why did you feel the need to sit through the trial and to sit through the details?
Я ее мама.
I am her mom, and I must put all her pain through me.
Я хотела каждую фотографию целовать.
I asked them to give me those pictures, those photos. I wanted to hug each of those photos and kiss each of those photos.
Olga says someone who loved Yana needed to bear witness to all that she had gone through. Blake's brother Cody was in court every day, but declined our request for an interview. Their father did not attend the trial. After 6 days of testimony from 14 prosecution witnesses, the defense calls none of its own. Instead, lawyer Haida Takasugi tries to create reasonable doubt, arguing that Blake didn't actually author that graphic novel. He hired writers.
They brought the story to life, and it was presented for Mr. Leibel for his approval. And we believe, as is your duty as jurors, and you will, critically look at the evidence. We believe that you will realize its shortcomings and downfalls, that the only verdict in this case would be not guilty for the charges and all the special allegations.
But the prosecution has the last word.
This obviously was a vicious, a horrific, a gruesome, sadistic, unspeakably evil set of crimes. And it's your job in this case to seek justice.
It takes the jury just 3 hours to reach a verdict.
The clerk will read the verdicts.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Blake Leibel, guilty of first-degree murder of Ayana Kazian.
Blake shows no emotion, but out in the hallway, Olga is overcome.
She just wants to scream, Yanочка, Yanочka, I'm sorry, I couldn't save you.
When you heard the verdict, but you're very emotional about it.
Yeah. Given what we knew about the case, I did take it home, and it hung like a picture on the wall for me. I mean, I have 2 daughters. Rob has 1 daughter. You know, as fathers, there's that paternal instinct.
Olga says while she appreciates the detectives, she is also haunted by the knowledge that her instinct to call the police was not enough to save her daughter.
Do you believe if they had broken down the door on Wednesday when you were there with them, that she would still be here today?
I think so, yes.
It's a difficult question to answer, but I think based on, if we look at the timeline from the pathologist standpoint, I believe she might have already been dead at that point.
The defendant's profound brutality
Blake is sentenced to life in prison without parole.
and his inconceivable cruelty
With both Blake and Yana gone, the focus is now on their 2-year-old daughter, Diana.
Nothing can ever make the death of Ayanna right, but I'm hoping that the Liable family does something honorable and assist in her time of need.
But Olga says she has never heard from anyone in the Liable family.
One would think that they would attempt to reach out to Olga, seeing as that Olga's granddaughter is also a granddaughter of Blake's father and a niece to Blake's brother. There has not been 1 cent paid from their family to support Diana.
More than anything in the world, Yana wanted her daughter to be brought up in America. But because of a lack of money, Diana is now living in Ukraine, in the town where Yana was laid to rest.
For some reason, I want to keep talking about her. It makes my life easier. I feel her presence every day, every minute.
Ready? Yeah.
You ready?
And 1, 2, 3.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
Clearly. Look at his outfit.
Amazing.
Give me some love, baby.
We got a toy. Look at this. Oh, no!
Clearly fun.
Hi, Otis. Hi.
Smart. We've got tips to save on clothes, tech,
And more. Clearly uplifting. I'm getting goosebumps right now.
Oh, my heart is soaring.
Oh, I got one.
Ooh, okay. What do you got? I can't wait. Ooh.
The light bulb went off right here. I saw it go.
Okay, watch this. CBS Mornings is clearly brighter.
Ooh.
It's a bright way to start your day. Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
This is CBS.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. The CBS News original 60 Minutes opens its archives.
Pretty loose for a Friday night.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not my first show.
With moments you haven't heard before.
It's almost more fun that way, when you have something to prove.
Listen to 60 Minutes, a second look, wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go, with 48 Hours Podcasts. Real crimes, real lives, real justice. Listen to 48 Hours Podcasts wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture, streaming right here.
Real people, real crimes, real life drama.
Santa Cruz is a small coastal town in California.
It's at the northern end of Monterey Bay. It looks like paradise. Look at that beach. Look at these mountains. Breathe that air. It's a place where the blind could go sightseeing. And then in recent years, it's become a place that's become more and more favored by the people over the hill in Silicon Valley, that being the people with money. Forrest Hayes started life in the Midwest in Dearborn, Michigan, and he went out to Silicon Valley where everything was happening. He was hired by Google. He had 5 kids. And then one day, a friend of his emailed him a picture of a boat that was for sale, and a couple days later, he bought it. The 2 things he loved were his family and being on his boat. He called it escape. I think that some part of him really wanted to, like, taste that other side of life, that kind of darker side, wilder, more exotic side of life. On the night of November 22nd, 2013, Forrest Hayes was on his yacht, and he didn't come home that night. And his wife became concerned, and she called the captain they retained for this yacht. And he went and he got on the boat, and there's Forrest Hayes lying there dead. The detectives arrive, and they start looking at the scene, and it turned out he had in fact died of a heroin overdose. There was a visible injection mark in his arm, but they don't see drugs. But you do see 2 wine glasses. Detective 101, someone else has been there. And the question is who?
At that point, we realized that's our person. That's who we're going after.
157, time is 8:08.
What is the truth behind how Forrest Hayes died? How did he find himself in this situation, in this position that took his life? Who was on that boat?
Then they're looking around and they see there's cameras. There was indeed somebody else there. A very beautiful, dark-haired woman. They note that she has these tattoos. And they also probably figured that Forrest didn't meet her, like, you know, at parent-teacher night. This is Alex Tickleman.
Do you think Alex Tickleman knew that Forrest Hayes was dying right there in front of her?
I don't see how she didn't know.
Detectives then discovered that this was not the first time Alex Tickleman had been with somebody who died of a drug overdose.
Is this woman a cold-blooded killer?
She certainly was cold.
I'm Maureen Maher. Tonight on 48 Hours.
Kiss of Death and the Google exec.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger?
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
No, it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come in. Okay.
Tracker, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
When he's not out looking for the big wave, there's a big story that has consumed Stephen Baxter, a reporter for the Santa Cruz Sentinel and a 48 Hours consultant. The mysterious death of Google executive Forrest Hayes at the city's sprawling marina.
Forrest Hayes was 51 years old. He lived in a pretty upper crust neighborhood. He was a pretty high-powered guy and obviously had a lot of assets. I mean, he lived in a $3 million house in Santa Cruz.
In 2013, one of the boats docked in Santa Cruz Harbor was this majestic 46-foot-long yacht called the Escape. It belonged to Google executive Forrest Hayes. Not surprisingly, the tech exec outfitted his boat with some of the most expensive tech gear out there, about $200,000 worth, including a sophisticated security system complete with high-def cameras. Inside, Hayes spared no expense on creature comforts, including a leather ceiling and an $8,000 captain's chair.
I think he was practical and imaginative at the same time.
The Google executive's death caught the attention of Michael Daly. He's an investigative reporter for the Daily Beast in New York and also a 48 Hours consultant.
Forrest Hayes started in his native Michigan, working at the Ford Motor Company. He went to California for Sun Microsystems, and he went on to Apple, and then he went on to Google.
For a high-paying job at their top-secret location, where impossible dreams are transformed into reality.
He was hired to work in Google X, which they call their moonshot factory. You know, the most extreme, wildest, imaginative, farthest reaching ideas they could have, you know, like Google glasses, self-driving cars. He was the guy who was actually going to make some of these things happen.
A place so secretive that colleagues from Google X refused to divulge exactly what Hayes did there. To get away from the pressures of work, Forrest Hayes would head to the marina and on to his prized possession.
One of the larger boats in the harbor, I think that's fair to say.
What police would eventually discover was Hayes, the married father of 5, had a secret liaison. She was a young and exotic dark-haired woman, covered with very distinctive tattoos. And she would be the last person to see Forrest Hayes alive.
Hayes' body was found lying here in the main cabin. The captain immediately called 911, but surprisingly, it would take months before the Google executive's death made headlines.
There was no really report of his death. Obviously, the police in this case were trying to keep that under wraps as they investigated.
Santa Cruz Deputy Police Chief Steve Clark.
122.
Clark has been on this case since day one.
The media is going to want to know right off the bat, who is it? Who's responsible? Is this a homicide? Is this a murder? We didn't have enough to really even put that out. We were busy building the case.
Which wasn't easy, despite some initial crime scene clues.
There were 2 wine glasses there, both which appeared to have been used.
Investigators zeroed in on Hayes' cell phone, launching an exhaustive digital search. Then a stunning discovery. Hayes had a profile page on a dating website called seekingarrangement.com. It would be a critical clue in learning the identity of that mystery tattooed woman.
It was just a few days before Thanksgiving 2013. What happened that night was recorded by the boat's video cameras. This camera in particular caught the very last moments of Hayes' life in chilling detail.
Initially, we were told that the video wasn't available from that particular camera that actually showed the cabin of the boat. There was indeed video that was uploaded to a cloud server, and the video from that camera was indeed available. That was one of those moments where you feel like, it was 4th and 1 and you got a first down.
Actually, it took 3 months and a court order for detectives to get their hands on that video. And when they did, it was explosive.
That video was shocking to me.
What do you see on this video?
Well, the video is everything. The video is the case.
Police have yet to release the video, but described in detail to 48 Hours exactly what they say happened that night between the couple. Essentially, it was a party for 2, drugs included.
They greet each other, a quick hug, just a quick embrace. You can see that they're engaged in conversation, but there's no audio. And then eventually she gets to the point where she starts to prepare drugs for injection. She brought all of the equipment with her. She brought the drugs with her.
As police would learn, the drug of choice that night was heroin.
We see her prepare the syringe. We see her, it looks like she's injecting herself, but her back's to the camera. He watches this happen, and then she eventually injects him.
Do you feel like at any point when you're watching the video that this is a guy who is afraid and doesn't want to do this?
I get the impression he's nervous, he's uncertain, but he's going along with it.
And what happens then?
Almost immediately, he starts to go into distress. At some point, she comes to him, and it looks like she tries to revive him a bit by patting him on the face and talking to him, holding his head as he slumped forward on the chair. And you or I, if we found ourselves in that situation, would have been on the phone to 911 saying, oh my gosh, something terrible's happened, we need help. And she does none of that.
Instead, Clark says the video shows the woman trying to remove any evidence that she was ever there, wiping fingerprints and cleaning up her drug paraphernalia.
While he's slumped over on the floor?
While he's on the floor.
She's stepping over him?
She is literally walking around the cabin of the boat, stepping over him, grabbing her glass of wine, carrying it around the boat cabin with her.
Clark says that portion of the video, with Hayes on the floor of the cabin, goes on for 7 minutes.
And that's 7 minutes that emergency medical personnel could have been there, could have done something, and could have reacted to this situation to save Mr. Hayes' life. But instead, she does nothing to call for help or to fix this. And that's the crux of the case.
Armed with that video, police hit pay dirt. They were able to match the woman with those distinctive tattoos to a profile on the dating website Hayes had used. She was a 26-year-old aspiring model. Her name? Alex Tickleman.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict?
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery.
When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere. Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 hours reports.
I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth.
Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Elspeth, I thought I saw you. And then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police. I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence. Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there. And I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
The wealthy Google executive found the exotic beauty in a somewhat secret world where real names are rarely used.
Technically, Alex Tickleman and Forrest Hayes met here in Las Vegas, not at an upscale casino or a fancy hotel lobby bar, but rather through an online website, which is headquartered just a stone's throw from the Strip. And as 48 Hours discovered, it's not your typical dating website. What year did you start seeking arrangement?
It was started in 2006 from a bedroom in San Francisco, actually.
It may have the look and feel of a startup, but with nearly 4 million members worldwide, this is big business.
What is Seeking Arrangement?
SeekingArrangement.com is a sugar daddy dating website. So we match wealthy guys and girls looking to pamper and spoil, and of course younger men and women looking to meet those wealthy people.
CEO Brandon Wade, a boyish 43-year-old, says he's become a multi-millionaire from all the arranging he's been doing.
Is Seeking Arrangement about arranging sexual relationships for money?
It is about finding romance and passion. I'm unapologetic about the fact that sex is involved in a romantic relationship and money is involved in a romantic relationship, but that doesn't make the romantic relationship prostitution.
Deputy Police Chief Steve Clark, The point man in the Hayes death case strongly disagrees.
It doesn't take a Sherlock Holmes to take a look at that website and figure out exactly what was going on there. The titles of the individuals are sugar babies and sugar daddies. There's no innocent connotation there behind any of that.
What is budget? That's what he's willing to spend?
That's his sort of lifestyle. So it could be going out for dinners, paying for that, going on trips.
Okay, so does a woman think you're going to spend $3,000 on me? A sugar baby thinks you're going to spend
on the relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wade is proud that his membership ranks include employees of leading Fortune 500 companies, including, he says, from Google.
Was Forrest Hayes a typical client of yours?
I would say he is an average client of ours.
Married, tech executive, looking for some sort of arrangement.
Yep, 40% of the guys are married.
It's unknown if Hayes was fulfilling the, quote, expectations, unquote, of any sugar baby's lifestyle requests, which range from $1,000 to over $10,000 in monthly sugar daddy gifts.
Can you tell us anything about Alex Tickleman's profile on Seeking Arrangement?
Well, the only thing I can say is that it looked like any other normal profile, so it was approved, and there was no indication that she was soliciting money for sex, at least not with that profile.
After Hayes' death, investigators began tracking Alex Tickleman on social media. Fearing she might leave town, they hatched a plan to catch her, using SeekingArrangement.com. Reporter Stephen Baxter.
When she posted on Facebook something to the effect of, I plan to go back to Georgia, that's when they decided to really go in and pursue her on the same website, just the way Forrest had, and pose as a John and lure her back to Santa Cruz.
We started seeing chatter from her that indicated she was either going to move out of the country or out of the state.
Now there's a clock on this because she's about to head south. So they do kind of a classic sting.
We sold out our detective and made him set up a profile under a different identity and made up a whole story about him. We then posted that out there and we reached out to Alex Tickleman through Seeking Arrangement.
Codenamed Sebastian, that detective began emailing and texting with Tickleman, hoping for a rendezvous.
Eventually, we convinced her to come down and meet with us for an agreed-upon arrangement for sex, for prostitution, and for a sum of money.
Police deposited some money, several $100s, into her bank account with a promise of at least $1,000 upon arrival and everything else.
This did not appear to you that this was the first time she had negotiated such a situation?
No, in fact, she kind of called us out, called us a cheapskate, told us that, many of her clients pay twice that.
8 months after the death of Forrest Hayes, Alex Tickleman once again showed up in Santa Cruz County, this time at the secluded resort behind me. Once again, she came with heroin in her bag, expecting to hook up with a sugar daddy from Seeking Arrangement. And once again, it did not go as planned.
When you said we're the cops and we're the ones you've been communicating with, what was her reaction?
Oh, she cried, she panicked. That's when we saw panic.
26-year-old Alex Tickleman was stunned. Police arrested her for prostitution and charged her in the death of Forrest Hayes.
This was a crime. This wasn't just some accident gone awry. Mr. Hayes is a victim of the murder committed by Alex Tickleman.
Or was he? What happened that night, say Alex's defenders, is much more complicated.
We're NCIS. You guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate. This is a great team for what? We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, two things. Pretty sure it's three.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah. No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal! Oh! He's in a wheelchair! What do you want? God, stop the car! That's a kid! Kid!
Did I pass?
Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying.
We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
For me, I mean, she was somebody completely different.
Perhaps no one was more surprised by the arrest of Alex Tickleman than struggling musician Chad Cornell. He was in love with her.
When I first saw her, I couldn't help but to say something. She has a very darker style. I just thought she was really beautiful, almost like the, Angelina Jolie kind of look.
Chad had no idea how dark her life really was.
Did you believe she was falling in love with you?
I did.
Chad thought his girlfriend was a model. There were countless images, a swimsuit commercial, and a makeup tutorial she did online.
Just going to apply liberally. Pretty. Okay.
And as far as Chad could tell, she was always answering modeling calls.
She'd get all dolled up and go to a photo shoot. She would usually make about $1,000 or so when she'd go out to these modeling shoots.
So imagine how he felt to learn months later that his beloved girlfriend was now being accused of doing something altogether different for all that money.
I got the text with the news link on it and kind of just fell over on the couch, like in shock.
The woman he once thought he'd spend the rest of his life with was now not only charged with prostitution, but also in the death of Google executive Forrest Hayes.
What are you thinking? This is a woman you were in love with.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I was devastated. I turned white.
As the news sank in, to his complete amazement, Chad realized that just hours before Alex met up with Forrest on that fateful night, she was with him.
We were hanging out that day, actually, and she told me that some of her longtime high school friends were in Santa Cruz and had a boat, and she had planned to go hang out with them. And later on that night, she actually woke me up out of bed with a phone call. She was, really frantic on the phone. She sounded very upset.
What was she talking about?
She talked about how her friends had started doing heroin and a bunch of hardcore drugs on the boat and it made her uncomfortable, and that she had to leave.
But you believed on that call that she sounded genuinely upset?
Crying, sniffling, upset.
Because the truth, he now knows, was much worse. And it's left him wondering whether he ever really knew who Alex was.
Who is Alex Tickleman, right? Who is she?
Reporter Michael Daly did what police investigators did. And using the tools of Forrest's employer, he Googled her.
This, the police discovered, was Alex Tickleman's Twitter account.
Calling herself AK Kennedy XX.
1X short of XXX, baddest bitch, model, stylist, hustler, exotic dancer. Those are her words. These are the pictures to go with the words. This has the charming inscription, "To death do us part." You might start believing less in coincidence on seeing that.
But to Daly, Alex's postings looked more like someone trying to create an image rather than someone obsessed with killing. That's because he came across this photo.
My beautiful mother and I out to lunch, no makeup face. And this is a young woman who wants to be with Mom.
Alex posted it just months before her arrest for Forrest's death.
It makes you think that there's a fuller story.
So how did it come to this? Childhood pictures show a cute blonde tomboy who appeared to have all the advantages in life. Growing up with her sister Monica, who would become an investment counselor, her mother Leslie Ann, and her father Bart, a CEO for a technology company, and a pretty good poker player.
And he, at one point, found himself playing with some of the best poker players in the world, and he won like $400,000.
Alex spent her early teens in an Atlanta suburb where she played sports and won writing awards.
Her friends say that she's very smart, very deep.
But also very troubled.
Her experiences with boys were not always happy ones. And she had eating disorders. She was taking drugs.
Desperate, her parents went looking for help and located a school that they thought would give her special attention.
So they found this place called the Hyde School in Maine.
We are in Maine, en route to Hyde.
Megan was a student at the Hyde School where Alex spent a few months.
I can feel like pressure in my chest. It's nerve-wracking.
She asked us not to use her last name, but agreed to travel back to the Hyde School campus.
I want people to see this very pivotal part of her life that I feel probably affected her at a very huge point in her development and why she is who she is.
So do you remember when you first met Alex? Do you happen to remember the very first time you saw her?
100%. She was gorgeous and she was very awkward.
The cute blonde girl next door was long gone.
She barely ate. She was very skinny. She was real thin. She was emotionally kind of closed off.
I think the big question then is why? What had happened to her?
I don't know the truth to that. She never really told me there was a specific catalyst.
But Megan says Alex did hint at some traumatic events.
We talked about the fact that we had issues trusting men. We had become numb to a lot of things.
Alex had started cutting herself. This is a photo of Alex, her then bunkmate, put in a scrapbook. It reads, "Psycho Roomie." Look at the cuts on her arm.
Alex Tickleman was actually the first person that I met who did that.
Ashley Kent lived in Alex's dorm.
She came to the school with the scars. She had already etched things into her arm, and she had already made this image of herself as this, devil person. That's how she dressed, kind of like devil worshiper.
But was that really who Alex was?
She was actually a really nice girl. It was very much like a front that she was putting on, an image.
Megan noticed it too.
Once you bypass those walls, she was just a normal girl who was scared.
And what was she scared of?
I think herself, honestly. I mean, we didn't know who we were. We had resorted to things that, not every person chooses. We had been in trouble.
And at Hyde, it seemed Alex was always in trouble. Megan says they punished her.
You're forced to do manual labor, physical labor. They basically tell you what you can and can't do.
This is the area, Megan says, where she and Alex were forced to build a road.
We hoed it, each person, and we weeded it, and then they made us cart wheelbarrows, huge wheelbarrows full of rocks up and spread them. So we basically built a dirt road on campus.
Ashley remembers one night waking up to Alex screaming. What happened sounds like a scene out of a Stephen King movie.
She kind of walked down the halls and was cutting herself really late at night.
She began just to hurt herself because that's what she thought she deserved.
When it didn't work out at Hyde, Alex's parents tried other schools, but the worst was still to come.
She talked about taking heroin when she was in her teens.
By her early 20s, Alex was living in San Francisco, working strip clubs like Larry Flint's Hustler and The Condor. Eventually, she found her way back home to Atlanta, where her life would take a dramatic turn.
This kind of great thing happens. She meets a guy named Dean.
Dean was much older, but so in love with Alex, he wanted to marry her.
So maybe there's going to be a happy ending here anyway.
Then, in September 2013,
I don't know, I think my boyfriend overdosed or something.
2 months before Forrest Hayes died, Alex's fiancé, Dean, died with heroin in his system.
He won't respond, and he's just laying on the ground. I don't know.
Was it an unfortunate coincidence or something more sinister?
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
Innovative.
Magical. It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to the Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture served up weeknights. What's on the menu? Plenty. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. It's serious discussion, but we do not take ourselves too seriously. Who is a better speaker, Mike Johnson or you?
Oh, come on.
Join me on the Takeout. Streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
The all-new CBS Evening News. Not like anything else on TV.
Can your business survive this?
If you build back exactly the same way, expect the exact same result.
If this is the end of my American dream, I'm going to go down swinging.
This is CBS.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like health care? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
behind the scenes of one of TV's most watched true crime series with the 48 Hours Postmortem podcast. Follow and listen to 48 Hours wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to be back.
It is one of the hottest concert venues in Atlanta, Georgia. The Masquerade, and it all belonged to this man, 53-year-old Dean Riopel, a former cross-dressing singer for the rock band The Impotent Sea Snakes. In September of 2013, Dean died of a heroin overdose. His girlfriend at the time, Alex Tickleman.
I think my boyfriend overdosed or something, like he won't respond.
Alex made that 911 call after she says she discovered Dean unconscious in his North Atlanta home. That was just 2 months before Alex was with Google executive Forrest Hayes when he died.
157 time is 808.
Santa Cruz Deputy Police Chief Steve Clark.
We were surprised the similarities in their case to our case.
Based on Alex's arrest in Santa Cruz for the death of Forrest Hayes, police in Milton, Georgia are now taking a second look at Dean Riopel's death. What was first ruled an accidental overdose might very well become a criminal matter.
I think she had something to do with his death. I really do.
One person who believes Alex should be held responsible for Dean's death is his former employee, Christina Brooker.
That's cute.
An aspiring model, for a few months in 2012, she lived in Dean's house, taking care of his children from a previous marriage. And his pet hobby, raising dozens of monkeys.
He said he had a dream about monkeys one day, and he just started collecting them. You know, he had the money to, so why not?
Samson, Delilah, Jezebel, some have names.
Dean told an Atlanta TV station that he had hopes of turning his property into a zoo.
Anybody would spend 20 minutes or an hour with one would see they have a little bit more personality than most other animals.
But Christina says his real passion was the woman also featured in that news story, Dean's live-in girlfriend, Alex Tickleman.
Oh, he loved her. He absolutely loved her. He wanted to marry her, and she wanted to marry him too.
Dean loved everything about Alex, except the drugs. By the time Alex hooked up with Dean, she was a full-blown heroin addict. Dean, Christina says, did not share Alex's bad habits.
Did you ever see him drink?
Never.
Smoke?
Never.
Do drugs?
Not once.
Christina stopped working for Dean almost a year before he died. Still, she's sure Dean would never inject himself with heroin. But she wonders if Alex might have.
Do you think that's what happened?
I think it's possible, especially with the case in Santa Cruz where she actually did that.
The idea that she's going around randomly sticking people with heroin needles is preposterous. These are grown men. They know exactly what they're doing.
So this is the Masquerade. This is Dean's club.
Todd is an Atlanta businessman. He has asked us not to use his last name, but says as a close friend of Alex Tickleman, he could no longer keep quiet about what he knows about the couple.
She was devastated after Dean passed away.
He says not only did Dean drink, he drank a lot.
But she loved him and he loved her. If he were alive today, he would be the first one to bail her out of jail, and he would be absolutely mortified at how the people around him have treated her.
And Todd says Dean was determined to get Alex off heroin. He sent her to rehab and even bought her an engagement ring. He texted Todd.
This is August 30th of 2013. He was getting Alex a wedding ring. They were going to get married.
That's just 3 weeks before Dean would overdose.
She gets her ring. She picked it out today. We drug test every week. If she can stay clean for 14 months, we will get married Halloween night 2014.
These are text messages that have never been made public. Todd showed them exclusively to 48 Hours.
Alex says this is the first time in 10 years she has gotten out of detox or rehab and lasted a whole week before shooting up again.
But Alex didn't stay clean for long. And on September 7th, 2013, just 10 days before his fatal overdose, Dean made a shocking discovery. Alex was online, advertising herself to men.
She hated that she was compelled to do it because she had this addiction. There were guys who wanted to rent her penthouse apartments, men with a lot of power and a lot of status, but she wasn't interested in anything except getting the money to support her habit. She loved Dean. She wanted to be with Dean. But she had this deep, dark secret.
And Todd says when Dean found out, he flipped out.
He said, "Can I move all of the prostitute to your place tomorrow? She is better over there, and I would like to bring her stuff to you today so I don't have to see the whore again."
But Dean didn't kick Alex out. Instead, Todd says he hit the bottle hard.
Once he discovered the ad, things began to fall apart. Dean desperately loved her. Dean wanted to keep her. But he couldn't figure out how to reconcile all of this.
So, Todd believes, Dean tried something new. Alex would later tell police she was in the bathroom when she heard what sounded like a crash. She went to the bedroom and found Dean on the floor. An autopsy would show Dean had a fatal mix of heroin, painkillers, and alcohol in his system.
I'm convinced that what happened was Dean was trying to reach a connection with Alex on a deeper level, and he thought that if they could share this thing that she was so attached to, that she couldn't let go of no matter what, that they could actually be together. And that's what he wanted more than anything in life.
Following Dean's death, Alex text messages Todd. Why did Dean have to die? Her mother is coming and will move her to California, to the family's new home 2 hours outside San Francisco. But Alex is trying to detox and tells Todd she's worried.
I know that city well, like the Tenderloin where I used to live, is the third biggest open drug market in the U.S. It takes 2 minutes to score and you don't have to know anyone. You can see why I'm worried.
Around October 30th, 2013, Alex arrived in California. She immediately went back online and started advertising herself, texting Todd.
Guys out here got mad money.
And within days, she had a prospect. She was about to come into serious cash.
This is on the 2nd of November. And she says, an amazing guy found her, and he's the real deal. Tomorrow she's going to go to his boat, and for a few hours he's giving her $400 to $500 cash. Then a check for $2,000. Now I'm relatively certain that the guy on the boat she's referring to was Forrest.
3 weeks later, on November 22nd, Alex Tickleman was definitely with Forrest Hayes on his boat, where Todd believes she was simply making money to feed her addiction.
Tell me one thing that happened on that yacht that was not absolutely consensual between two adults. Nothing.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Money saving. Dollar Jill's here to tell us what it means for you.
Clearly delish.
So what's on the menu today?
Clearly, CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise.
Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
Ta-da!
I want to be part of this.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You've probably heard of the NCIS from the hit TV series, but we're about to take you inside its real-life work. Listen to 48 Hours NCIS early and ad-free on the 48 Hours Plus subscription on Apple Podcasts.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Start at the beginning.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. Is this what you want?
60 minutes.
60 minutes!
It's time for 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS.
Called the matter of People versus Alex Tickleman.
On May 19, 2015, Alex Tickleman is back in court to have a date set for her trial. She's been in jail for almost a year, her past modeling life a distant memory. She faces almost 20 years behind bars, charged in the killing of Forrest Hayes, along with drug possession and prostitution.
So stipulated, counsel?
Stipulated.
Her public defenders, Jerry Christensen and Larry Bigham, have insisted she is not a cold-blooded killer.
Alex Tickleman did nothing that Mr. Hayes did not want her to do. Two adults engaged in mutual and cooperative drug usage, and it went wrong, but it was an accident.
Defense attorneys say Hayes was an eager participant that night, even using his own cell phone light to show Alex where to inject him. And they are adamant she then simply panicked.
Everything about this video indicates accident and panic. Everything about it.
For months, they have investigated Forrest Hayes' past, asking prosecutors to hand over video from the escape's cameras as far back as 6 months before he died.
We have some indications from other material that there may have been previous encounters on the boat. It would be highly relevant in regard to whether or not there is drug usage along with sex.
But at the hearing, there's a bombshell. With her parents watching, Alex Tickleman pleads guilty.
What is your plea to count 1, a violation of Penal Code Section 192B as a felony? It's involuntary manslaughter.
Guilty.
Guilty to involuntary manslaughter, as well as the lesser charges.
Do you understand that if you plead no contest or guilty, you're admitting 2 felonies and 5 misdemeanors?
Yes.
And through her lawyer, she apologizes to the Hayes family.
This was in no form intentional, malicious, or anything of that sort. It was accident and panic, and she's so sorry for it.
Ms. Tickleman, the total will be 6 years to be served pursuant to Penal Code Section.
Tickleman was sentenced to 6 years in a local jail. But with credit for her time served and a reduction by the judge, she will likely serve just a little over 2 years.
Good luck to you, Ms. Tickleman.
After the hearing, another stunning development.
There are 2 charges that were...
Prosecutor Rafael Vasquez says the family of Forrest Hayes told him they never wanted Alex Tickleman charged.
The family did not want this case to be filed. They would have been very happy if this case simply would have been dismissed. They were terrified about the prospect of this case going to trial.
The family, he said, did not want that video from Forrest's boat to ever be made public.
I can only imagine what further pain, what further humiliation they would endure if that video was released out into the public.
And what's more, he says, Alex was never a cold-blooded killer as described by law enforcement.
That was never depicted in that surveillance video.
In fact, the prosecutor agrees with defense attorneys that Alex was anything but callous when Forrest collapsed.
And the fact that she actually made some efforts to try to wake him up, hit him in the chest, smacking him in the face, holding him up, trying to lift him up, and then holding him, hugging him at one point, and then you can see her crying in one instance and yelling for him to wake up in another instance. That clearly shows somebody who appeared concerned at that time. And that certainly is inconsistent with somebody who acted with an obvious intent to kill.
But he says what she is guilty of is not doing enough.
She was the only one that can render help, and she neglected to do so. She failed to do so, and instead took liberties to destroy evidence and to make her getaway while leaving the man there to die.
In the end, one of Tickleman's attorneys, Athena Reese, says Alex's time in jail has been helping her turn her life around.
You know, she's clean and sober. She's closer with her family than ever, and I think she's really used this time to reflect.
But for the family of Forrest Hayes, there is no turning around, and they will have to try to put the scars of his actions behind them.
From this point on, the family no longer has to worry about the concern associated with all the scrutiny, all the ridicule, and all the scorn that's been generated by a lot of the media attention in this case. This family has been through a lot.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened? Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Listen and follow 48 Hours Postmortem wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture, streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
Real people, real crimes, real life drama.
It was inevitable that Seth Mazzaglia was going to kill. And Lizzie Marriott was the perfect victim for him.
He attacked, he raped, and he murdered. This is his victim, 19-year-old Elizabeth Marriott.
Lizzie was always happy, and she always found the best in everyone. She had such an aura about her. You know, people wanted to talk to her.
Be seated. Your Honor, the state calls Catherine McDonough.
It was clear that this trial was going to all be about Kat McDonough's testimony.
Ms. McDonough, how do you know what Seth Mazzaglia did to Elizabeth Marriott?
I was there.
Kat was always into strange things. She was always talking about her different personalities. She was dating an older guy, Seth Mazzaglia.
The relationship between Seth and Kat was going to be a dangerous problem.
Seth was into the BDSM type thing.
Did he and you engage in bondage, domination, master, submissive?
Yes.
This case is not a romanticized, fictionalized novel of you may have read. This was the exercise of power and control. Lizzie was attractive. She was what he had been looking for. The defendant and McDonough schemed about how they could exploit her sexually. Was that why you reached out to Lizzie Marriott and invited her to the apartment?
Yes. Seth was hoping there would be some sort of sexual encounter.
And it all seemed to be going according to the defendant's sexual plot. Until Lizzie said no.
He didn't like to be told no.
And what the master wanted, he got. The defendant put on gloves and he grabbed a rope. Ms. McDonough, who killed Elizabeth Marriott?
Seth Mazzaglia.
But during the trial, I was surprised how many people thought she was lying.
Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Mazzaglia did not cause Ms. Marriott's death.
Kat McDonough is lying. The physical evidence shows what? Sex. There was sex, there were ropes. It was an accident.
Did you think this was maybe a sexual encounter that went awry
No.
and got too rough, or
No.
was this murder?
Murder.
I'm Troy Roberts. Tonight on 48 Hours, Dangerous Games.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS. You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what. Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger.
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Fall.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
The cool blue of the New Hampshire seawater is as deep as Lizzie Marriott's love for the ocean. But that same ocean would play a role in the tragedy that ended Lizzie's life.
Lizzie was vivacious. She loved her friends. She loved the little critters around her.
Lizzie's mother, Melissa Marriott.
You know, you'd see her when she'd have a tortoise in her hand or a little turtle and, you know, be putting it back on the brook side of our road.
And her father, Bob Marriott.
She and I used to do just the silliest things together. Just no rhyme or reason.
In October 2012, Lizzie Marriott was 19 years old. She had just entered the University of New Hampshire as a sophomore.
It has a wonderful marine biology program, and it's where she really wanted to go.
And while attending UNH as a day student, Lizzie was living here with her Uncle Tony and Aunt Becky.
No eggs today.
One of my favorite things was when she would come back, she'd scream, "I'm home," and it really made us feel comfortable that she really felt like our home was also her home.
Tuesday, October 9th, 2012, started out like any other day.
On Tuesday, she said going to a friend's house.
Be home
Be
no
home
later
no
than
later than
12.
And that's the last thing we heard from her.
Wednesday morning, Lizzie had not come back.
And it was made me nervous.
I said, well, you know, teenage girl, she probably stayed late. Hey, can I crash at your house?
But by Thursday, still no sign of Lizzie.
Thursday morning. There's no car.
And she says, "Oh my God, Lizzie's not here." And then it was like sheer panic. Now something's really wrong.
Hi, Tony. It's Bob. Have you heard from Lizzie? No, we were about to call you.
That's when your heart goes in your throat. And
oh my God, you know, what's going on? What do you do when your child is missing? I didn't have a checklist that told me what to do.
Lizzie's parents live a couple hours' drive away in Massachusetts. They immediately called police to report her missing.
We worked the phones for, I don't know, 2 hours maybe, and finally just couldn't take it anymore and jumped in the car and drove. Let's call the FBI, let's call the state police. I'm driving and she's calling the cell phone to call anyone we can think of.
Lizzie's family realized They didn't know who she was seeing that Tuesday night.
I said to Becky, and then I said, friends, what friends are we talking about? Who's she going to see? We didn't even know.
But investigators had an early break. Friends told them who Lizzie was supposed to see that night. Kat McDonough.
I know Lizzie and Kat had met. I didn't know if they were anything more than work acquaintances at the time.
Nate McNeil worked at a local Target store with both Lizzie and Kat. He was one of Lizzie's new friends in New Hampshire. When word got out that Lizzie was missing, Nate reached out to Kat.
At that point, I actually texted Kat because I knew that they had plans Tuesday night. I asked, hey, did Lizzie ever come over your house? No one seems to know where she is. And she texted back, no, I didn't see her. She never came over.
Nate had known Kat McDonough for years.
She was my sister's friend from kindergarten.
Investigators piecing together Lizzie's last known activities started looking at Kat. At the time, she was living with her boyfriend, Seth Mazzelia. Reporter and editor Rod Doherty covered the story for the Foster's Daily Democrat.
Kat McDonough was fairly well known in the community. She seemed to be a normal teenager.
Seth and Kat met in the summer of 2011 through the local theater scene.
When I met her, she was very young. She was 17.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
And she was a sweet girl.
Kat McDonough, and I am doing one of Puck's monologues. And here we go.
Richard DeMario offered Kat a part in a play he was directing in the fall of 2011.
I've got a crow.
I saw a young girl who was very interested in partaking in the production, who was reliable and helpful.
But DeMario says Kat changed dramatically after she started dating Seth.
All right. Seth Mazzelia, 5123.
Yeah, that'll do.
And Pyramus. You'll figure it out fast enough. Don't worry.
I think it's just a good girl who got mixed up in a very bad situation.
And the bad situation was going to get worse. Kat moved in with 29-year-old Seth Mazzelia shortly after she turned 18, cutting off all contact with her family.
We thought it was, very sudden, and we all knew that her parents didn't really approve of it.
Seth Mazzelia worked at a local electronics store, taught martial arts, and was a trained EMT.
And our reporter is researching him. He's coming across his name on these sex and bondage sites.
Reporters and police would discover Seth had a very dark side.
Dust, dust, dust.
And that seemed to be a big part of Seth Mazzalia's life.
A dark side police learned that also involved Kat. She posted dark pictures of herself online using screen names like Vampirate Actress and Miss Scarlet.
She had obviously developed this fetish that we learned about that had to do with ropes and bondage and submissiveness.
Kat and Seth were advertising on fetish websites, looking to bring a third person into their relationship. But they didn't find Lizzie Marriott on those websites.
All she was trying to do was make friends with people.
3 days after Lizzie's disappearance, investigators were convinced Kat and Seth knew something. Police brought them in for questioning at the same time. They were placed in separate rooms.
The local police and the Attorney General and the state police were very active, very fast.
Kat told police the same thing she told Nate in that text. Lizzie never showed up. About 2 hours into the interview, Kat stopped answering questions. Police said she was free to go, but she waited there for Seth.
That's when things started blowing up.
Seth Mazzelia was telling a totally different story. He spoke to police for 11 hours. What he told them was shocking. Lizzie Marriott was at the apartment the night she went missing. He said there was sex. Something went wrong, and Lizzie died.
What happens when you get conversation over conflict.
I think they've taught me to have grace and compassion.
When we follow the human side of the headline.
I'm not asking that we ignore disability, rather that we do not ignore ability.
When news takes you where the story happens.
We've just crossed into Lebanon.
When the world's best journalists come together to cover your world, you get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight. It's the most popular F word in Washington, fraud.
Is it true that the Social Security number of just about every single American is available for sale on the dark web?
An eye-opening 60 Minutes report.
That's chilling.
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Your life is still a mystery.
When your gut tells you something fishy's going on, there's almost always a 4-day-old carp lying around somewhere. Finishing this is the only thing that's important to me. Either way, the truth is coming out.
Heading home? Who the hell are you, Madeline Matlock?
Matlock. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
Sunday morning, we hail a driverless taxi, plus billionaire Barry Diller's revealing new memoir, and when trash becomes art, this Sunday morning.
Politics isn't a game. When do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives? Politics is about policy. So you would encourage Democrats to work with Donald Trump on an issue like healthcare? I'm a voracious consumer of information, and I'm impatient. I don't like to be spun. Do you know if there are active terror cells in the United States right now? To be moderator of Face the Nation means bringing the most powerful stakeholders to the table to become better informed.
It was almost like being face to face with the devil.
48 hours reports. I fought and fought.
911, what is your emergency?
She disappeared off the face of the earth. Stream 48 hours, 24/7.
Elspeth! Oh, I thought I saw you. And then I thought, well, who else could it be? Dressed as a member of the Lollipop Guild.
I work with the police. I like my outlandish theories with a heavy dose of evidence. Nice alibi, by the way.
Can you be careful with that?
Whoever did this is still out there. And I do love a mystery.
Elsbeth, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
With Seth Mazzelia's bombshell admission that Lizzie had died in the apartment he shared with Kat McDonough, police had questions. Was Kat involved? And where was Lizzie's body? Mazzelia says after Lizzie died, he panicked and brought the body here to Pierce Island, where the Piscataqua River meets the Atlantic Ocean. The search started immediately.
Live with the latest. Jim?
Heavy police presence, and it certainly is being treated as a crime scene. We're talking about potentially devastating news.
But there was no trace of Lizzie. In the early hours of Saturday morning, Seth Mazzelia was arrested and charged with the murder of Lizzie Marriott. 48 hours later, Mazzelia was arraigned. New Hampshire law enforcement broke the news to Lizzie's parents.
I knew before I walked in. It was bad.
And we went off into a separate room and were given the news that Lizzie was dead. After you hear those words, you're kind of numb.
Mazzelia's interrogation is sealed, so we don't know all the details of what he told police. Most importantly, was Kat involved in Lizzie's death? She would remain free for now. Police found clues in the dumpster behind Seth and Kat's apartment building. men's underwear, a pair of black gloves, and Lizzie's sweatshirt. Law enforcement continued to search the Piscataqua River for weeks, but they never found Lizzie's body.
She's just out there someplace. They just threw her away in the ocean. I wish that she hadn't been there, but if it wasn't Lizzie Marriott, it would have been somebody else.
One person who was not surprised when Seth Mazelia was arrested for Lizzie's murder was this woman.
He fantasized about murder a lot when I was with him.
Her name is Catherine, and she dated Seth when she was in high school and he was in college in upstate New York. She says she knows his dark side.
Initially, he was, the flowers, he was very caring.
And when did that change?
He's always been into the BDSM type thing.
BDSM stands for bondage, dominance, and sadomasochism. And unlike the popular book series turned movie, Catherine says Seth became increasingly violent and sexually abusive.
We were naked and fooling around, and he put his hand around my throat fully. I told him to stop, and he started doing it harder. It just completely freaked me out.
She says he gradually took control of her life.
It's this slow descent into lack of choices to the point where I can't leave.
In 2002, the couple moved to New Hampshire, where Catherine says Seth was always trying to bring other women into their bed.
And it was something that was a constant. There was always needing to have more than just me in the relationship.
And explain to me why you didn't leave.
Where would I have gone? I was 600 miles away from home and afraid to leave because if I left, he would kill me. And he would hunt me down and he would kill me.
Catherine finally moved out and went into hiding. 10 years later, Seth Mazelia stands accused of killing Lizzie Marriott, and his latest teenage lover is coming to his defense. 2 days after his arrest, very different-looking Kat meets with his lawyers to try and clear his name.
Okay, and you're here on your own free will because you want to talk to me? Okay, perfect.
Kat is videotaped reviewing her statement. She now admits that Lizzie did come over that night. She says Lizzie's death was an accident.
Seth was sitting and the two of us are kind of just goofing around.
The night started with the three of them watching a movie and playing cards, which Kat says led to consensual group sex.
It started going from silly to sexual. It started getting a little more intense.
Kat says Lizzie agreed to be tied up with bondage ropes and even draws a diagram of the harness.
I had tied harnesses on me before, but it was the first time I'd ever tied harnesses on someone else.
Kat demonstrates how she was positioned over Lizzie.
How were you actually just you? Okay.
She gives exact details of what she said happened that night. She says Lizzie had a seizure, suffocated, and died as she was lying under her on the floor.
And Lizzie's on the ground? On the ground between your legs? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kat seems strangely detached as she describes what she says were the last moments of Lizzie's life.
It was too much to handle. I was freaking out. Okay.
Lizzie's friend Nate says Kat's story is preposterous.
It was extreme and it didn't make sense. I couldn't see her just outright doing something like that, especially with Kat and some guy she only went over her house once.
And Nate knows Lizzie had a girlfriend, Brittany, and they were in a long-term committed relationship.
She always talked about all the fun things they would do and how much they really cared for each other.
Lizzie's family also finds this story outrageous, and they can't understand why Kat is still not in jail.
Kat's responsible, Kat's involved in this, why isn't she arrested?
Yeah, we got him behind bars, but what about her?
Police have made a second arrest in the murder of 19-year-old Lizzie Marriott.
Lizzie's family would wait 2 months before Kat was finally arrested, but not for murder. Kat McDonough was charged with 3 counts involving hindering an investigation in order to have no further contact with Seth Mazelia.
She needs to rot in jail.
Without Lizzie's body, it's a very tough case. Prosecutors need Kat's testimony, and they offered her a deal. Instead of a possible 21-year sentence, she'd get a maximum of 3 years. It was an offer.
We're NCIS. You guys want to see me do the cha-cha slide?
Can we get to the body, please?
Right.
Oh, what's got you so punchy lately?
Not punchy, passionate.
Is this a great team or what?
We're NCIS.
NCIS, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
Actually, 2 things. Pretty sure it's 3.
Guys, whether it's news, money, health, or wellness, sports, movies, or even inspiration.
Clearly, CBS Mornings is the place to be. That's like 7 things.
Okay, clearly, I'm bad at math, always been. Clearly, CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We can start whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah. Where are you? No, stop! Wrong pedal, wrong other pedal! Oh! He's in a wheelchair! What do you want? God, stop the car! That's a kid! Kid! Give it to me. Did I pass? Now serving 942.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical. It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Hi, CBS. I'm Tom Ellis. I can't wait for you to see my new show, CIA, coming CBS Fall.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
You get the stories of America every weeknight. You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
When everything's on the line, real heroes rise to the occasion. Or die trying.
We're firefighters. We're gonna find a way to get you out of here.
We take the hits together.
We're on the same team.
I'm right here with you, no matter what.
I would never leave you hanging in the deep end.
This place is a way of giving you new family.
Fire Country. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.
All rise, jury is entering.
This is a case of deliberate rape, of deliberate, purposeful, and cold-blooded murder.
In May 2014, 2 years after Lizzie Marriott died under mysterious circumstances, Seth Mazelia goes on trial for her murder.
The defendant struck quick, and he struck without any mercy whatsoever.
Prosecutor Peter Hinckley.
This is his victim, 19-year-old Elizabeth Marriott.
When you have a kid, you spend a lot of time thinking, what can I do for them? And when that child is murdered, the number of things you can do really evaporates. And supporting her in the trial was one of the last things I'll ever be able to do for her.
After his rape and murder, the defendant conspired with Catherine McDonough to falsify evidence of his crimes.
The prosecution's case will hinge on the testimony of Kat McDonough, testifying as part of her plea deal. She's about to tell yet another version of what happened that night.
This is just the beginning where I've been able to open up and actually explain what really happened to her.
Kat now says Lizzie was murdered right before her own eyes.
Ms. McDonough, who killed Elizabeth Marriott?
Seth Mazelia.
The prosecution says Mazelia controlled Kat completely.
The defendant ordered, and McDonough was to obey without question.
Kat's earlier story that Lizzie's death was an accident was a lie, prosecutors say, to protect Mazelia.
Did Lizzie die accidentally during some form of sexual activity gone bad that she agreed to?
No.
Given her history of lying, was it a gamble to put her on the stand?
Absolutely.
Attorney Andrew Katrupi represented Kat in her plea deal.
Her testimony was critical?
In my view, very much so. I think the government understood that there would be a decent chance that Mr. Mazelia would not be convicted without her testimony.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony...
The first 2 days of Kat McDonough being on the stand were raw.
Reporter Rod Doherty.
The stories of their relationship, the sexual activity that went on.
Who introduced who to the use of ropes and sexual activity?
He was the one who brought the ropes in.
Did he and you engage in domination, master, submissive?
Yes.
She descended into such a dark world.
It's time I punished you, you filthy little whore.
Prosecutors read from a text message Mazelia sent 6 weeks before Lizzie's death, where he promises to punish Kat in explicit ways and commands her to find him another girl.
You choose a friend. Any of yours will do, and you offer her to me, that I may do anything I wish with her while you watch. Ms. McDonough, did your efforts to locate another sexual partner for the defendant intensify when you received that text message?
Yes.
And was that why you reached out to Lizzie Marriott and invited her over to the apartment?
Yes.
October 9th, 2012, the last night of Lizzie's life. Texts show that she arrives at Seth and Kat's apartment at 8:51 p.m.
And then we all started to talk about what we wanted to do.
They decided on a movie and, at Kat's suggestion, a game of strip poker. Prosecutors believe Lizzie had no idea she was being set up for a sexual encounter.
We all sat down and began to play. The lights were very dim. We were kind of just laughing. I ended up not wearing anything. She ended up in just her underwear.
And that's when, Kat says, Seth made his move to initiate sex.
Seth suggested that I should kiss Lizzie. She said that she wasn't comfortable with that and that she was in a committed relationship.
Kat says Seth made still another suggestion.
He asked her if he could have sex with me in the room. She said no, that she wasn't okay with it.
Kat says she could tell that Seth was getting angry after being told no, not once, but twice.
He didn't like to be told no. Seth was sitting on the futon behind us, and that's when he did it.
Kat says while she and Lizzie sat on the floor watching the movie, Seth quietly put on gloves and grabbed a rope.
He moved up behind her, and he pulled the rope over her neck and strangled her. She let out a quick noise, and then she sort of stopped moving.
And do these appear to be the gloves that the defendant wore when he strangled Lizzie with a rope?
Yes.
The testimony is devastating for Lizzie's parents.
It's too much.
So difficult. There were times when Melissa Marriott couldn't even be in the courtroom.
She wasn't moving at all. She was completely limp.
And then, Kat says, Seth did the unthinkable. He raped Lizzie.
Did she appear conscious?
No.
Did you tell him to stop?
No.
Did you go or yell for help?
No.
Tell the jurors again.
Nothing. Kat did nothing to save Lizzie's life.
You had discussed for the jurors. Take a moment. Judge, maybe we can take a break now.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony...
Roberta Gherkin, a friend of Mazelia's, testifies she got a strange call from Kat at 10:49 that night.
Something was going on. They wanted my assistance, and they wanted me to come over there.
Roberta Gherkin and her boyfriend Paul Hickok arrive at the apartment a little after 11 p.m.
As I'm walking in, there's a body on the floor. There's a body on the floor right next to the bed.
Hickok testifies that Seth's explanation was vague.
All he kept repeating was, he's gone too far this time, he's gone too far.
Seth was sitting on the bed, basically where her head was. Kat was against the kitchen cabinets, almost in a fetal position.
Not wanting to get involved, Roberta and Paul left the apartment and never called 911. They did say they urged Seth to call an ambulance. But Seth Mazelia had other ideas.
Seth came over to me. I was still curled up, and he held out his arm to me and he said, "Come on, we're in this together."
And together, Seth and Kat would descend down a dark and disturbing path.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
This was an entire building. It will take years to rebuild.
We're from CBS News, American television.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
No matter how you start your day, one thing is clear.
CBS Mornings is the best way to start your day.
I can see clearly now.
My morning routine.
The first thing I do when I wake up is turn off the alarm.
I try to remember where I put my phone down. One alarm goes off at 4 a.m.
I need not 1, not 2, but
And I'm out the door at 4:15.
3 snoozes to get out of bed fully coherent.
How much detail are you looking for?
I love a bath full of bubbles. The more bubbles, the better.
I'm very quick with the actual coffee, shave, shower, dressed out the door, but all around that is just pure chaos. For example, this morning, these are dirty socks. You want my honest answer? Am I a morning person? I gotta be honest. I wish morning started at like 10 a.m. Can I say that? Clearly.
It's a bright, bright, bright way to start your day. CBS Mornings weekdays at 7 on CBS.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
What happens when we follow the human side of the headline?
I was in tears.
Life is a little bit different now.
It's gonna take a while to get used to. And I said it to myself that I can't make this about me.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News.
Lizzie Marriott was the girl with the ready smile and the sweet sense of humor. What would unfold that last night of her life and after her death was beyond belief.
It was late. It was very late, like around 1 a.m.
Together, the defendant and McDonough located Lizzie's car. They took that car. using back roads that avoided the toll booths.
Kat says after Lizzie was murdered, she helped Seth put the body into Lizzie's car. They drove some 13 miles from their apartment to the New Hampshire coast. Kat says she and Seth parked at the end of Pierce Island and brought Lizzie's body wrapped in tarp and stuffed into a suitcase up this path to this overlook above the river. They took Lizzie's body out of the suitcase.
Who pushed Lizzie's body over the cliff at that point in time?
Seth did.
She says Lizzie's body tumbled down the cliff, but it was low tide, and Lizzie landed on the rocks some 35 feet below. Seth told Kat to climb down and drag Lizzie's body into the water.
He said he couldn't climb because he was too exhausted. So that's when I climbed down to her. He said to cover her with seaweed. So I covered her completely with seaweed, and I managed to push her into the water.
It's so hard to envision that level of evilness and disregard for humanity.
Kat says they spent the remaining hours of that night throwing away evidence that has never been recovered. The suitcase, most of Lizzie's clothing, and the rope she was strangled with. Finally, they left Lizzie's car in a dark parking lot at the University of New Hampshire and walked the 6 miles home. Kat's attorney, Andrew Katrupi.
She helped dispose of a body. She didn't call police. She didn't run away and try to get help.
I can't defend that conduct at all. It's indefendable. I understand that she clearly believed that he would do the same to her.
Joachim Barth is Seth Mazzelia's defense attorney.
Attorney Barth.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His strategy, prove Kat McDonough killed Lizzie Marriott.
Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Mazzelia did not rape and he did not murder Liz Marriott. Kat McDonough caused her death.
Barth argues that Kat's testimony is a lie. Seth was nothing more than a lovesick accomplice, and Kat was the aggressor that night. Barth admits Seth did help dispose of Lizzie's body.
Although Kat caused Lizzie's death, Seth was in fact there. And so he did participate in the deeply flawed acts that followed the death.
They say Kat is only now blaming Seth to save herself. Barth argues the story Kat tells in this video, that Lizzie suffocated underneath her during sex, is the real truth. The defense tries at every turn to paint Kat as a liar.
Do you have the capacity to look these jurors in the eye and lie to them while you project meekness and submissiveness and remorse?
I'm not lying to them. Well, I'm up here to explain everything that had happened truthfully, to the point where I am admitting to awful things that I personally have done. I did lie a lot, but I don't want to anymore, and that's why I am up here telling the truth.
Letters shown in court, prosecutors argue, point to the reason Kat lied for Seth. They say she was his victim in a relationship where violence and abuse were masked under the guise of so-called kinky sex. In this letter, Seth writes, "I will dominate you, brutally, without mercy."
How often would the defendant be your dominant and you be his slave or submissive?
All the time.
Daily?
Yes.
Prosecutors argue this was Mazzelia's method of domination and control.
Regardless of whether or not you were the defendant's slave or submissive, who always had the final say on matters?
He did.
At the time of Lizzie's death, prosecutors say, Kat was completely isolated, cut off from her family and friends by Mazzelia, and totally dependent on him.
I didn't want to lose him. He was the only person I had. I didn't have anywhere else I could go.
To support their claim Kat was a victim, the prosecution calls Dr. Scott Hampton, an expert on abusive relationships.
You can love someone and be scared of them simultaneously.
Dr. Hampton says abusers gradually take control of a victim's entire life.
This is what abusers count on, is there's a very gradual increase of the manipulation, the control, and it usually just increases when they feel they need to.
And Kat's attorney believes that's true.
She did not do anything later on in the relationship that Seth did not want to have happen. Anything.
Physical evidence would also be key to the prosecution's case. The underwear and the gloves, Kat says, Seth wore while strangling Lizzie Marriott.
And this was another item that you threw away in the dumpster behind Mill Street?
Yes.
And these are the items, the gloves that the defendant wore when he strangled Lizzie to death?
Yes.
Test results found Lizzie and Mazalia's DNA on the underwear, which prosecutors say supports Kat's story of rape. But the defense contends the DNA proves nothing.
The physical evidence shows what? Sex.
Kat was on the stand for 10 days, but Seth Mazalia did not testify. The jury will have to make the choice. Trust Kat, an admitted liar, or the silent Seth Mazalia.
CBS Sunday night. Here we go. The ultimate tradition continues.
From what I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest-running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes!
60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it.
Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves?
Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah. What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi. I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it!
Let's go! Let's do this!
I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Just get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy!
Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
Hot! That was good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth. We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness. Innovative.
Magical.
It's like being a child.
And truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS, Sunday morning.
All rise for the honorable court. Do you swear or affirm that the
33 witnesses, 5 grueling weeks, and Lizzie Marriott's murder trial is finally drawing to a close. For Lizzie's parents, listening to the evidence has been unbearable.
We were shell-shocked during the trial. Lizzie died twice a day, every day. It was awful.
In closing arguments, the defense argues Kat can't be trusted.
What we have is Kat McDonough being the manipulator of facts, lying to you from that witness stand.
But prosecutor Jeffrey Ward reminds the jury that Kat is not on trial. Seth Mazelia is.
Send him the message that you've seen through the lies and know the truth about him, that he is a cold-blooded killer.
jurors, the case is yours to deliberate and decide.
The first afternoon ends with no decision. By noon on the second day, a verdict.
May be seated. Has the jury reached unanimous verdicts?
Yes.
I have never been that nervous in my life.
Members of the jury will take your verdicts. Madam Clerk.
Well, we're all sitting on pins and needles.
Jury's verdicts as follows. On purposeful first-degree murder by strangulation, guilty. On knowing first-degree murder. Mr. Mazelia, you are remanded into custody, sir.
Guilty of first-degree murder by strangulation. Guilty of first-degree rape and murder. Guilty on 2 counts of conspiracy.
Members of the Stratford County Sheriff's
Lizzie's
Department.
father, who had not spoken publicly until now, breaks his silence.
We are very grateful that the jury returned a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. The truth of what happened to Lizzie is horrendous. And every time it has been told, it has reinforced the despair that we feel.
The Marriotts believe Lizzie's murder was a result of an abusive relationship that spiraled out of control.
I don't think that Kat McDonough, in the absence of Seth Mazelia, would have done the things that she did.
And incredibly, Lizzie's parents say they have sympathy for Kat.
You know, she was 19 and very young, and I think she felt like she had no place else to go.
But the Marriotts' main interest was making sure Lizzie's killer was held responsible. 7 weeks after the guilty verdict, Mazelia is back in court for sentencing.
You were the one who took her life from her and from us. You're a twisted individual who brought only darkness and pain in this world.
At the hearing, Lizzie's family has the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Mazelia, I'm Melissa Marriott. I'm Lizzie's mother. I miss Lizzie every day. I wake up in the morning and she's gone. I go to bed at night and she's still gone. And all because a cowardly 30-year-old man could not deal with a confident young woman.
Lizzie is gone. I still find that hard to comprehend. You murdered her over 1.5 years ago, and every day, I wonder what she would have been doing. I call this Dad's Exhibit 1. Look close, and you can see a frog gently cupped in her hands. Why is Lizzie so happy? She is saving that frog. May I? Thank you.
Attorney Davis, does he wish to speak? This is his opportunity.
Remarkably, Seth Mazelia now has something to say.
I did not rape and murder Elizabeth Marriott. I did play a part in covering up her death. For that, I am truly sorry.
Judge Horan is unmoved.
On charge ID 779, first-degree murder, you were sentenced to the New Hampshire State Prison for life and shall not be eligible for parole.
Mazelia is led away to spend the rest of his life in prison. It's been 2 years since her daughter's murder, and Lizzie's mother is still not able to visit the place Lizzie loved so much. The ocean.
I haven't been to the beach since she died. I can't go. I just see it and it's so overwhelming.
With Lizzie's body lost to the sea, there is no grave. Her parents have created this simple memorial for her by a lake in the Massachusetts woods, where Lizzie's spirit can be free.
CBS Sunday night. Here we go. The ultimate tradition continues.
What I've seen, it's like chaos.
America's longest running news magazine show is back.
For 60 minutes!
60 minutes.
With a new season.
Hey, let's go.
You're willing to talk about anything. I'm open to all of it. Ask me the hard-hitting questions.
So how do you get over the nerves? Honestly, it's a whole bunch of mind
The most influential people.
Who's the best coach in college football?
Let me see a mirror so I can look at it.
Are you a billionaire yet?
None of your business, man. You trying to get me robbed?
Investigative journalism.
Am I getting a real look at what life is like in here today? Absolutely not.
Do you think people visiting know that these were looted?
When stories threaten our way of life, 60 Minutes demands answers.
This is the pager that Hezbollah was using.
Do you have hope that you may find him yet?
They were asking me to do something that was illegal.
They're fighting for faulty parts?
Yeah.
What is the most important takeaway for our audience?
How big of a problem is doping?
Where was the military?
Why are people suspicious?
That sounds like a problem.
How is this possible?
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Whoa.
Wow.
What is going on?
I'm Scott Pelley.
I'm John Worth.
I'm Leslie Stahl.
I'm Bill Whitaker.
I'm Sharon Alfonsi. I'm Cecilia Vega.
I'm Anderson Cooper.
This is 60 Minutes.
The CBS News original.
Showtime, baby.
It's time for 60 Minutes Sunday on CBS. Don't miss a minute. Now streaming.
This is CBS.
Let's do it!
Let's go!
Let's do this! I can see clearly now that the rain is gone.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching. Just get your popcorn and get ready. Come on, Julia.
Oh, no.
I will if you will.
You go, Gail.
Yeah, boy! Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
Box, oh, it's bad. Screw cap, oh, it's bad. It's not true.
We are making a wonderful lemony chicken.
That's good.
I wonder what Serena's doing. I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Go to the ends of the earth.
We'll hit the heights.
A great adventure together.
And reach for the stars.
Star power. I like it.
So cool.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Something that's undeniable.
With mindfulness.
innovative,
Magical.
It's like being a child.
and truly original reporting.
God, you do your research.
I tell a good story.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Listen and follow 48 Hours Postmortem wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Major Garrett in Washington, inviting you to The Takeout. Politics, policy, people, and pop culture, streaming right here on CBS News 24/7.
I've handled hundreds of firearms through the course of daily casework. The majority are handgun types. And then we see a fair amount of semi-automatic rifles and a variety of shotguns. Detectives Laren and McCarthy presented this case to the firearms unit. They had a woman who had accidentally shot her husband with a revolver.
Tell me what this gun is.
This is the same make and model of firearm that was recovered from the Duffy residence.
When I first walked in, the sun was coming through the sliding glass door. It just looked very peaceful until I walked in and saw Mr. Duffy laying on the couch.
There was a lot of blood on the carpet, and there was some blood on the wall. Lots of blood. But based on what I was being told about her, middle-class, educated woman, she didn't fit the profile of a murderer. This could be an accident. She's eccentric and quirky. She gives that impression the minute you meet her.
She was very entertaining and very funny, loved to laugh. You either really, really liked Linda, or you really thought, wow, she cannot be trusted.
I've investigated well over 100 murders.
I'm sorry, Linda? Okay.
I was very anxious to hear how this accident happened.
You have to understand, Pat and I joke around a lot with each other.
She said, we have this thing that we always do. We morph into cartoon characters. And
I'm sorry, they what?
They morph into cartoon characters.
What's up, Jack? There was a Bugs Bunny cartoon with Elmer Fudd, and he does this silly little Elmer Fudd voice, no more bullets.
No more bullets. And she said she began to talk to him in her Elmer Fudd voice.
No more bullets.
And she said she wanted to impress him, and she walked over and picked the gun up.
No more bullets? No more bullets? You told me there was no bullets in the gun.
Well, I don't believe she could have fired it in the manner she said she did.
Ann was right there.
I wanted to believe her story.
It's not a believable story.
I had that gut feeling there was something more sinister.
What happens when reporters take you inside the story?
I've been asking for over a year and a half for access into this place, and this is the first time we're getting it.
You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
This is CBS.
This is NCIS.
You put on that uniform, you agree to protect the person next to you, no matter what.
Welcome to Australia.
Match made in heaven.
Watch out! Are you hungry? Shout you a crock burger.
NCIS Sydney. All episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus. Returns CBS Full.
I'm Erin Moriarty of 48 Hours, and of all the cases I've covered, this is the one that troubles me most. Listen to Murder in the Orange Grove, the troubled case against Crosley Green, wherever you get your podcasts.
Be in the know, even when you're on the go, with the CBS Mornings podcast.
Some news you can use at the grocery store.
Better mornings start better days.
When you look good, feel good, you do good.
That's right.
Listen to CBS Mornings on the go on Apple Podcasts.
What happens when the world's best journalists come together?
Write a prescription for the healing of America.
We're retired and this is our paradise. Now it's gone.
You get the stories of America every night. You get the all-new CBS Evening News every weeknight.
I can only describe it as evil.
Follow and listen to Train to Kill, The Dog Trainer, The Heiress, and The Bodyguard on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
My job can get dangerous sometimes, but I'm very good at what I do. I know you're scared. I'm here to help.
They said you were the best.
Your daughter hired me to bring you home. I made her promise I would never stop looking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You hear about the reward?
Come in.
Okay.
Tracker, all episodes now streaming on Paramount Plus and returning CBS Fall.